New Bad Face podcast episode came out, and it's Brianna Joy Gray talking with this random guy. And by random guy, I'm sure he's someone, but I don't care who he is. And so he decided to harass her because of the clip she had posted for the preview of the episode, and I was like, what's going on? And so I watched the clip, and it was bad for him. And not because of her editing, he has just bad views. He's just wrong. And he's complaining that it was a deceitful um clip of him. And she was like, okay, if you want clips for the preview that you want to include, let me know, and my producer will do it. But as always, these white people don't care. So yeah, hi Linfinefe, welcome. uh since you're here, disclaimer, I won't be talking about the Brazilian elections because yay, Lula won, but it's still it's it was too close of a race. And it's like ridiculous because like the Bolsonaro doesn't have that many supporters, and like the ways that he managed to get that many votes um was ridiculous. But yeah. I just wanted to watch this interview because I thought it was funny that this guy was complaining about being misrepresented when in reality he just has bad opinions. But then, like, literally the entirety of liberal Twitter is decided to just harass Brianna, and I thought it was um funny because she has made it funny. Like, she's just replied to people saying, "This is weird," uh, and it just made me want to watch the interview. And I thought, since I haven't streamed in a while, might as well watch it on stream. So yeah, I'm here. Also, I cut my hair. I It looks so weird on camera. But yeah, I don't like it. But yeah, thank you. It's okay. It's a sixth election in which the 11th reincarnation of Hitler goes against some center-left politician. Fun elect Also, hi Wing, welcome. Fun election facts. In my state, the career boomer politicians are now trying to convince the youth to vote for them in the most cringe, ignorant ways. What are they doing in Florida? I can only okay. Is Ron DeSantis actually that old? Well, actually, I don't know if you're talking about Ron DeSantis. I just know of him being in Florida, and that's it. But he's 44. Interesting. I thought he was older, but yeah. His competition, Charlie Christ, Charlie Christ. Oh no. Wait, is he? Oh, even worse. Is he a Democrat? Don't tell me he's a Democrat. I sent photos on Discord for you to see later. Okay. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh. Okay. I don't know why. he feels like Biden. He feels he has the energy, he has the vibes of like he thinks that he has to win because he's in the Democratic Party. And I feel like since Trump won in 2016, the Republican Party is now trying, like everyone in the Republican Party is trying to convert to Trump. And I feel like now the like just literally based on his looks alone, I feel like if everyone in the Democratic Party trying to be like Biden, because Biden didn't win because he was Biden. He literally just won because he wasn't Trump. Just saying. So I hope they don't go that route. But yeah. Okay, but yeah. Also, I haven't covered Ukraine in such a long time. Actually, I have never covered Ukraine because I've always thought that it was a ridiculous topic to cover. Because what else do we have to know? There shouldn't be a war in the first place. The war was started by NATO, and NATO should be abolished, and that's it. That's all people should be talking about when talking about Ukraine. But also, I haven't like I hadn't watched this episode of the Bad Face podcast, but there was so much harassment against Brianna that I was like, you know what? I will watch this episode. I will watch this because like it is so ridiculous. It's like Brianna posted a clip of the up and coming of the interview that was aired yesterday, and that this guy that was the interviewee, was I've done lots of interview on the right and left. Never has the host weaponized the interview to attack me and encounter their supporters to post hundreds of insults and smears without correction. I'm like, she just posted a clip of the interview. This is the clip, by the way, which is bad. But it's just bad because he has horrible opinions. It's not because it was like deceitfully edited, you know. But yeah, data color maps to the Imperial Core militia's fans. True, militia fans. True. In the memes because of how weird it is. Oh my god. Okay, let's see that wing before we start this. Why? Why? I went into depth getting my gender studies degree. Thanks to Charlie Crist, taxpayers are bailing me out. What is this? Oh no. Charlie Crist is the only candidate for governor who supports taxpayer funded sex change. For Florida trans adults and youth. He he's an op. He's literally an op for the Republican Party. Like, I don't even want to read this. What is this last one? Securing equal rights for trans people in the modern day civil rights fight for this generation. Who is making this? I am physically cringing. Charlie Crist is the only candidate who will protect the rights of all marginalized people. Christ plan, the Christ plan for trans rights require elementary schools to teach gender identity in kindergarten. This is the fucked up thing. Why would you say taxpayer funded? One, why would you call it sex change surgeries? Sex change, but it's like putting the taxpayer funded at the beginning. It's like you're telling you're telling Republicans, see, you are right about us. We are communists. Which this is not communism, obviously, but still, like, like he's literally playing into these stereotypes that Republicans have created about Democrats, which are not even true. Allow or stop. I won't even read that last one. Because all boys deserve to change the chance to become girls if they want to. The US was a mistake. The existence of the US was a mistake. You dropped the ball big in that one, UK. It wasn't colonial, the US. Uh, Remember his pro-taxpayer bailing out, as you'll see in the next slide. Oh my god. I mean, that's technically exactly what we want, but it's so yeah, yeah, it is like technically it's good, but like the way he's saying it, it's like it's almost like he's asking to lose. He's begging to lose. I didn't even see that last one because I couldn't stop cringing. uh,
There is no
but yeah. Oh god. Okay. So this is the clip he was complaining about.
order for an anti-war movement in the United States and America, except for on the right side of the aisle. It's been confirmed by the retraction of this letter.
No.
Okay.
There is no quarter for an anti-war movement in the United States and America, except for on the right side of the aisle. It's been confirmed by the retraction of this letter.
No.
Until Vladimir.
That is true. That is horribly and sadly true. The only anti-war, like a quarter, because I wouldn't say even side, like the only anti-quarter, the only anti-war, like I don't know, yeah, quarter. I don't know what else to call them. Yeah, the only anti-war quarter that exists in anywhere in the bourgeois electoral power structure in the US, it's literally on the Republican side, and it's not because they're anti-war. It's just because they think that money should only be used for internal affairs and not external. Not even like a war bad. They say war bad if we are not like if we are not involved. uh seems kind of based, but I think I kind of don't see the gaining much space for the time. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Zelensky personally decides the war should be over, it's a blank check to Ukraine. People won't stand for that. People aren't standing for it, and people are going to the Republican Party as a consequence.
Everybody
That is sadly true. Again.
understands that this war has to end in a negotiated settlement.
So why is it so controversial for people to say that in the
That's
left?
what I'm getting at, because it's this method of
What do you mean these methods? Oh my god, this is why liberals? No brain.
doing it. This is in America's
What other way of doing it? War? Like,
interest to promote these people and this struggle.
I'm sorry, when I see someone like Matt
I know you're making an
flip-flop the way
assumption.
that he has done.
No, that is
I think
absolutely not
I would
true.
have
Can I ask you,
supporters.
have you talked to any Ukrainians about this?
Yes.
Then you go to the end of the letter.
have you talked to a Ukrainian? Like, what does it? Why does that even matter?
And it says this is the primary aim of U.S. policy should be to end
Same, Bolden, same.
this war.
Should it not be?
Like, okay, like, liberals have been harassing Brie on Twitter so much that I just need to watch this episode on stream. But yeah.
The primary aim of U.S. policy should be to end this war.
Should it not be?
Like, the way he, like, what do you, like, he's complaining about ending the war. And she's like, that is good. But somehow she, like, deceitfully edited this clip to attack him.
Okay, I'm really glad to be joined today. We managed to.
But yeah, that was the clip that she posted as a preview for the episode. But yeah, this is the start of the actual interview, for the complete interview. Okay, Bolden. This is a hack. But Brianna posts the full episodes of the half an hour episodes
If you're a
in her
jewelry
playlist.
retailer or diamond dealer,
So, like, for example, so she normally posts like a full episode and a half episode. And the half episodes, you only get the full version on Patreon. But she adds them to the playlist. And just unlists them.
Maybe-
And so the full Patreon version is unlisted in the playlist. I feel bad, but yeah, just a hack.
Squeeze this interview in under the buzzer by Joe Cirincione. He was on Bad Faith Podcast. I
Literally boomer.
think back in
Like, I feel bad, but also like boomer move.
maybe May, talking about again the Ukraine war and the threat of nuclear proliferation. He's former president of the Plowshare Fund. He is an author. He is an activist. Welcome to the show, Joe.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you.
She gave you the link.
Okay, so we all know why we're here today. We're here today to discuss what everybody's talking about. I feel like it requires like all caps all caps letter, the letter that has been roiling the
Yes.
left, the right, the center, everything in between. Let me set this up briefly. So earlier this week, feels like it was a lot longer ago than that, but
Yeah.
earlier this week, the Congressional Progressive Caucus issued a letter dated October
Oh, the Congressional Progressive Caucus. I thought they were talking about the CPC as in the Communist Party of China. And I was like, interesting. They're complaining about China. And now I'm like, oh, they're not complaining about China. This is even more liberal than I thought. Got it.
October 24th. That we're going to get back into in more detail. But broadly speaking, it reaffirmed Joe Biden's policy commitments to Ukraine, but raised the prospect of emphasizing negotiation. Here's a brief segment. We are under no illusions regarding the difficulties involved in engaging Russia, given its outrageous and illegal invasion of Ukraine. in its decision to make additional illegal annexations of Ukrainian territory. However, if there is a way to end the war while preserving a free and independent Ukraine, it is America's responsibility to pursue every diplomatic avenue to support such a solution that is acceptable to the people of Ukraine. Such a framework would presumably include incentives to end hostilities, including some form of sanctions relief, and bring together the international community to establish security guarantees for a free and independent Ukraine that are acceptable for all parties, particularly Ukrainians. The alternative to diplomacy is protracted war with both its attendant certainties and catastrophic and unknowable risks. Okay, subsequently, 30 members of the Congressional Progressive Caucus signed this letter. Subsequently, there was an uproar. People were very unhappy with it. They said it amounted to a letter that pushed for a capitulation to Russia, etc. As a consequence, the Congressional Progressive Caucus withdrew the letter. The next day, I don't think it lasted more than 24 hours. The follow-up letter from Pramila Jayapal, head of the CPC, obviously said the Congressional Progressive Caucus hereby withdraws its recent letter to the White House regarding Ukraine. The letter was drafted several months ago, but unfortunately was released by staff without vetting. As chair of the caucus, I accept responsibility for this. Because of the timing, our message is being conflated by some as being equivalent to the recent statements by Republican leader McCarthy threatening an end to aid to Ukraine if Republicans take over. The proximity of these statements created the unfortunate appearance that Democrats who have strongly and unanimously...
So, like, the progressives are ashamed of being anti-war. Got it. So, they're like, okay, we would like to end this war, especially if it's on peaceful terms, and people are complaining about it. Got it. Got it.
Unanimously supported and voted for every package of military, strategic, and economic assistance to the Ukrainian people are somehow aligned with Republicans who seek to pull the plug on American support for President Zelensky and Ukrainian forces. You subsequently wrote an article it was cutely titled, like, "What WTF is up with Ukraine?" explaining why
by peacefully, I mean, like, technically all wars, and no, but like by talking, by negotiation, but like it is weird because like that has been it's like it is so ridiculous to even first of all, I don't know why people in the US are talking about this. First of all. Second, Putin has been wanting to negotiate with Ukraine peacefully since 2014. Since 2008, actually. But no. You know, fuck Putin. But people are mad that the Progressive Caucus is daring to want to end this war by negotiation and peace talks instead of just uncritically supporting Nazis in Ukraine. Logic. No, advocating for negotiation makes us look literally pro-Putin.
Thought the letter was a bad
Also,
idea
hi,
and the withdrawal
welcome.
was a good idea. Tell me why.
Okay, so if all
Titled, like, "What WTF is up with Ukraine?" explaining why you thought the letter was a bad idea and the withdrawal was a good idea. Tell me why.
Okay, so if all you know about the letter is what you just said, I mean, what's wrong with that? And I think for many people that they would say, well, look, a Congressional Progressive
Yeah, exactly. What is wrong with that?
Caucus.
Like, is it going to do anything in the grand scheme of things? No. It's actually going to do nothing. However, that is how politics works. So again, within the context of politics, there is literally nothing wrong with that, other than you're not going to do anything, regardless.
Good. Diplomacy, good. End the war with Ukraine, good. Stop the bloodshed, good. So this must be good. So people are complaining about this letter must be against diplomacy, against progressivism, against peace. But that's not what the frame is. That's not what's actually going on here. This particular letter was based on a very outdated assessment of the war. It was written in June when the war did appear to be stalemated and when Russia had recently made substantial conquests. In fact, there are phrases in the letter that refer to Russia's recent conquest of
Oh, it is so interesting because the US media has been saying that Russia has been losing the war since the start of the war. And all of a sudden, they have never been losing the war, actually. And somehow we are in a different place in the war. But actually, no, it is just been the same for since February, March. I don't even remember, but uh,
Ukrainian cities. That was true in May, but it's not in October. And where there's a stalemate in May, now Ukraine
I thought it was June.
is on the offensive. Russia's in retreat. So the situation of the war is quite different.
Russia has been on retreat literally since the start of the war again.
But then so number one, it's based on a faulty analysis. So you would think that that would raise some flags with people. Number two, the proposal that it raises isn't just for diplomacy.
We would like like again, they are not even proposing diplomacy. They're saying if that is possible, we want that. That's it.
It's for very
And again, it is not even like the president is writing this letter. It's just the Progressive Caucus. Literally the lowest tier of power in the entire political system. If they continue to retreat, they'll reach Alaska tomorrow. Yeah, they're retreating to the east, to the west.
specific kind of diplomacy. They want the United States to engage in direct talks with Russia. Now, while it's good for the U.S. to have channels of communications open with Russia, and we are, in fact, talking to Russia now, it's just.
I can't even think what he's going to complain about, because at first I thought he was going to complain about, oh, the US shouldn't meddle in this international affair that doesn't concern them. But they are already talking with Russia. So literally, okay.
In the last couple of weeks, there's been 3 or 4 very high-level exchanges with Russia. What this letter calls for is direct negotiations for the purpose of seeking a ceasefire, right, and negotiating a peace. And that's what it says for in the very end of the letter, repeats that engage in direct talks with Russia. And there's a caveat there that says, with the approval of Ukraine, but Ukraine is relegated to a secondary position. So normally wars end.
This is how you know this motherfucker is just propaganda in a person. Because this is not a war, actually. This is a special military. What was it? Special military operation led by Russia in Ukraine. So if the war was to end, if the war were to end, it would need to be ended by Russia. Because Russia is actually doing the special military operation in Ukraine. So, yeah. If you would like the war to end, you would need to talk to Russia. It's good that we have channels that what it's bad is they're used to sick people, literally. Literally.
when the belligerents negotiate. So in this case, Russia, the invader, Ukraine, the defender. And what this letter does is it wants the US to do this.
Also, if he is complaining about that the US shouldn't be the ones talking with Russia, which sure they shouldn't. I don't really care, like why has the US already sanctioned Russia? Why has the US already talked to allegedly talk with Russia like already 5 times? So if the US has already been talking with Russia, like then what's the problem with continue doing that? If like if that has already happened, you know, like sure, Ukraine should be more involved in those talks. I mean, I don't know because again, it's not a war; it's a special military operation led by Russia. But at the same time, like obviously, like Ukraine is not going to change Russia's mind. You know what I mean? Like it's like if Vietnam wanted to talk to the US during the Vietnam War, and it's like, do you really think the US would have stopped had Vietnam talked with them?
Then the uproar. The uproar came from the signers of the letter, the people who were blindsided by this. This was just on a whole other level, just terrible staff work. I used to work on Congress for 10 years. And man, if you're doing a dear colleague, that morning you're telling your member, here's the dear colleague, it's going out, here's the talking points on it, or here's the press release. And they did none of that for these members. Apparently, 1, maybe 2 or 3 of the leadership was told about this. It's unclear if the great progressive leader, Representative Jayapal, was actually told this letter was going out, or if Ro Khanna was told it was going out. It's not clear. She issued a statement that said the staff released this without proper vetting. But it was the members themselves who had signed it who then raised the outroar. And you saw people tweeting about it. One of them, Representative Jacobs, says, you know, this shouldn't have gone out.
It is interesting because, like, it really shows how these progressive politicians are ultimately just politicians and they don't have any ideology other than them gaining power, gaining money, and being in power for their own sake and not even for their constituents, let alone their own fucking the working class of their fucking country.
If I was presented with it today, I wouldn't have signed it. Why? Because it doesn't accurately reflect the situation on the ground today. Some of this letter is like frozen in time. So they objected. People after people issued, the signers issued statements, taking their name off it and didn't urge Jayapal to withdraw it. The leadership of the House was quite upset with this. So it's in the Democratic Party themselves that they objected to this, and that's what caused the withdrawal. I was particularly struck by Jamie Raskin's eloquent response to this, one of the signers and one of the people I was surprised to see on this letter, repudiating the letter. And he calls it, this particular negotiating style, a colonialist reflex, that some people think that wars are settled by great powers and great powers alone, and even some of us in the progressive.
I'm not going to say anything. Oh, so when people want peace, that is colonialism. Got it. How dare you want peace?
Movement are infected with this view. It is a colonialist reflex. So that's what caused the demise of the letter, a letter that was drafted by a very small group of people representing a particular view of what diplomacy should be, but not reflected of
You
the
know, the real colonialism is not when war. The real colonialism is when peace. How dare you want peace? How dare you want to continue doing things that we have already been doing? But because you are asking for them to do it, oh, that is when you are the wrong. Like, hey, hey, we have power. We should use it in order to, stop the military operation that Russia is doing, Oh no, that's colonialism. Talking, colonialism is when talking. uh, I am like, this is so wild. Finally, the anti-neocolonialism.
wider progressive consensus on diplomacy and how to end this war. But go ahead, go at it.
Let's start. There's a lot there, and I've been taking notes. So let's take on this charge brought up midway, and also at the end there, that this is a letter that is urging a kind of colonial adventure that disregards the autonomy and of Ukraine and Ukrainians. You pointed to some section at the end of the letter.
Okay, also, it is wild to me. Like, do you want Ukraine to Ukraine to have elections on whether or not they would like the US to talk to Russia in order for peace to happen? I'm like, I wonder if Ukrainians want peace. Oh no, we can't do it without their approval. I'm like, oh, but you don't want the approval of Somalia when they are being bombed by the US. Got it. Wonder if Somalians would like bombs. We should ask them.
You were referencing to make that point, and I want you to tell me where that was, because when I glanced at the end of the letter, here's what I read. We agree with the administration's perspective that it is not America's place to pressure Ukraine's government regarding sovereign decisions. And with the principle you have enunciated that there should be nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. That's a quote from Biden, I believe. Yeah. But as legislators responsible for the expenditure of tens of billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars and military assistance in the conflict, we believe such involvement in this war also creates a responsibility for the United States to seriously explore all possible avenues.
It's colonialism. It's colonialism when trying to talk in order to end the war, but it's not colonialism to give tens of billions of dollars in money and in resources to a country that never asked for it. Just saying. Just saying. Did Ukrainians have an election about whether or not they would like money from the US? Think about it.
Including direct engagement with Russia to reduce harm and support Ukraine in achieving a peaceful settlement. Mm-hmm. So help me understand why it is that billions of dollars of investment by America is not considered to be a colonial intervention or a large powers trying to influence an outcome in a conflict that is separate and apart from our own, but conditioning that money not a claim to withdraw the money, not a threat to do anything to stem the money, frankly, in this letter, but simply a conversation about wanting to facilitate negotiations instead of doing what
the letter is literally like, hey. So, like, the US is already very involved in this. So maybe, maybe instead of just giving them money, we should try to, talk for peace. And people are like, that's colonialist, actually. Slightly, that's actually colonialism. How dare you try to want peace? That's colonialism.
The State Department has articulated, which is being willing to fight this with a blank check to the very last Ukrainian, apparently, despite the obvious military advantages of
It's like, honestly, the US is just giving money to Ukraine just so they can keep fighting and basically they'll die. Because, like, okay, let's put like the anti-Russian hat for a second. Like, fine. Like at this point, I don't even know what the purpose for Russia. I don't honestly like. I don't even know what Russia wants. I don't care at this point either. But at the same time, I'm like, is Russia just going to continue until they get the entirety of Ukraine? One. And two, if that is the case, does the US just want the entirety of Ukraine to be either under Russian power or to disappear? Because why?
of Russia as a nuclear power, which is what was willing to fight this with a blank check to the very last Ukrainian, apparently, despite the obvious military advantages of Russia as a nuclear power, which is what we were talking about last time you were on the show. Why is giving the money not about giving them billions of dollars of money, not interfering with Ukrainian independence, but conditioning that money on having peace negotiations, an imperial endeavor or colonial endeavor?
Right. So maybe it's helpful to think about it this way. France helped the American revolutionaries with money, troops, strategy, blockades in our war of independence against Britain. And that would give them a certain sort of buy-in or right to our revolution. But if they had come to Alexander Hamilton and George Washington and said, we're now going to negotiate an end to your revolution, we're going to negotiate directly with England, we would be outraged. But that's
that is literally the worst like analogy I've heard. Because it is so not the same. It is so not the same.
implied, and I believe explicitly stated in this letter. That's the part that's objectionable. And it's in the last paragraph that says we should, in conclusion, we urge you to, among other things, engage in direct talks with Russia.
Well,
and
it
that's,
says,
and that's what Jamie, go ahead.
I can read it for you. In conclusion, we urge you to make vigorous diplomatic efforts in support of a negotiated settlement and ceasefire, engage in direct talks with Russia, explore prospects for a new European security arrangement applicable to all parties that will allow for a sovereign and independent Ukraine, and in coordination with our Ukrainian partners, seek a rapid end to the conflict and reiterate this goal as America's chief priority. So help me understand then, Joe, because earlier you mentioned, rightly so, that there are open diplomatic channels. Lloyd Austin just spoke with his counterpart in Russia, and the critique has been that it shouldn't only be the Defense Department having direct negotiations with Russia. There should be diplomatic negotiations with Russia. So the fact that there being open channels seems to, undermine the idea that the channels are in fact the issue.
Right. Let's do two things here. One,
Sure.
let me go back to that first paragraph you quoted where you said they agree with the administration's perspective that it's not America's place to pressure Ukraine's government. Interesting point. Perspective rather than position. But then they...
This is why I hate liberals. It's like, what does it matter?
state that. And then the second sentence produces that wonderful word, but, that then says, but we have this special responsibility because we're paying for this, right? And there's a certain logic to that. That's not untrue. But the two things are not connected. So the first sentence does not condition the second sentence. And as a result, what you see in this letter is that Ukraine's prerogatives are recognized but they're placed in a subordinate position. They're secondary. That is, the U.S. will have direct talks with Russia and arrive at some kind of agreement towards a ceasefire and whatever a new European.
Yes. Yes, because Russia is attacking Ukraine. Russia is over Ukraine. Whatever.
security arrangement is supposed to be, and then they will get the approval of Ukraine. So it does say we're not going to do this without Ukrainian approval.
Yeah, and that's even worse. Okay, even if the letter is treating Ukraine as a subordinate in this war, why does that matter if they are either way getting the approval of Ukraine in the hypothetical case that they were to talk with Russia? Like, France totally helping the US out of their love for freedom and totally not to fuck their breeds, just like the US isn't totally doing right now with Russia. Literally. Literally. Oh my god.
That's true, but they're then placed in a secondary position. That's what Jamie Raskin is talking about when he calls this a colonialist reflex, that we're the great power.
Help me understand this, though, Joe,
Yeah.
because there's a world where someone
Again, the colonialist reflex is maybe we shouldn't have a war. maybe we should, maybe one, maybe we should talk for peace. But the colonialist reflex, Ethan, maybe let's give billions of dollars to Ukraine.
says, you know what? This is none of our business. We shouldn't be influencing what happens in Ukraine. And
Yes.
therefore, we're not going to give them $80 billion and they can work out this conflict on their own. Why
Yeah.
on earth is the United States of America, a country thousands of miles away with no relationship to Ukraine, which is not a NATO country? Why should it be involved in this conflict at all? The problem is, Joe, the willingness to accept the money. Take your analogy. If we are accepting money from France and France wants us to do something, negotiate a certain outcome to the Revolutionary War, etc., and we don't want to do it, we can easily say, all right, the choices are to, and again, this is not even what the letter
Right. That's
contemplates.
right.
The letter does not threaten any withdrawal of funds. But the vaguest suggestion that the people who are funding this
That's like even the worst part. Like the letter doesn't even say, oh, we shouldn't give money to Ukraine. It's like, because we are giving money to Ukraine, that puts us into the conflict, which it fucking does. So maybe we shouldn't be just giving money, you know? Maybe we should, try for peace.
war in large part should want to make sure that the war is coming to the quickest conclusion possible. And that is, there's not an expectation that there's a limitless spigot of funding for them to continue to have a fight that they cannot win strategically all out warfare because of the asymmetry between the powers of these two countries. Why shouldn't it be the case that America makes it clear that there is going to be some end to the funding and that negotiations, good faith negotiations, should be a part of the active
Brianna, because why would there be any peace if the the military weapons manufacturers aren't going to make any money from it, Why would there need to be any peace if the military complex isn't going to make any money from that?
goal here?
Yeah. Well, there are, of course, limits on our funding and our involvement with Ukraine in the present.
Yeah, because, $45 billion isn't enough.
President has made this very clear. And I think Biden deserves a lot of credit for giving enormous aid to Ukraine, but not doing anything that escalates the conflict. And that's why he's putting limits on the kinds of weapons that Ukraine gets, particularly the range of these weapons. He doesn't want Ukraine to be hitting targets in Russia, which has the possibility of escalating the war. We're not committing U.S. troops to this, which of course would then make this a direct conflict. We're not giving them the fighter aircraft or the modern battle tanks that they want. So Biden's trying to do.
Yeah, thank Biden for not doing stuff. Yeah, shouldn't we also thank Trump that he didn't decide to nuke anyone during his period of president? What is this logic?
What we would call escalation.
It's like literally looking for the bare minimum, going to the deepest point in the barrel and looking for the tiniest scraps and see like, look, this is good. This is good. Let's thank Biden for this. Like, remember illegally supplying weapons to Ukraine that rely on his star satellite, which means in practice to launch the tank you must put the command in the console, then it goes into space and then the bullet is shot. Oh my god. Why? Ah, these people. But remember, the US is not involved. Only the companies that work in the US.
Control, support them, help them repel this illegal, brutal invasion and occupation, free their people from Russian occupation, but not escalate the war, not push Putin in such a way that he might, and this is the big fear, and of course it's...
Then isn't that colonialist? To give them support, give them like support, but as long as they do what the US wants, isn't that colonialist? Shouldn't Ukraine have the self-determination to decide to use any weapons like provided to them however they want to? Like, oh, we're going to give you weapons, but not the long range ones, because you might misuse them. How is that not colonialist? He's so famous, the government is fine with him doing so without the license and being classified as a weapons manufacturer. Oh my god. When the dialogue industry is losing the battle against the military industry. Oh my god.
Reflected in this letter that he might use nuclear weapons, as he has repeatedly threatened to do. So yes, there are limits, and we have national security way that he might, and this is the big fear, and of course it's reflected in this letter, that he might use nuclear weapons, as he has repeatedly threatened to do. So yes, there are limits, and we have national security interests in this. What you're reflecting, I think, is the view of some people, and some of the people who were involved in promoting this letter and helping to draft it do believe that we have no business being in Ukraine, that we shouldn't be there.
So what is the rationale? Because this is the question that I asked Matt Duss immediately when the conflict emerged. What is this articulated rationale for America being involved in this conflict and spending $80 billion plus on this conflict, where that's...
Oh, sorry, 80 billion, not 45 billion. Because, you know, the US just keeps giving money.
Same money, dollar for dollar. If it was just about saving lives, how much money can America give to the cause of keeping people alive and ending human suffering around the world? You could cherry pick any number of ways to get engaged that also do not involve military engagement as opposed to humanitarian engagement. So what is the articulated rationale for why Ukraine?
I would give you three. And the first is sort of the geopolitical global order argument. You cannot allow a nation by force to change the boundaries of Europe.
Why Europe? First of all, why Europe? Second of all, that is literally what the US has been doing. Hello? I'm not even. Bye.
We haven't
Congo.
seen that since the end of World War argument.
You know why? I mean, obviously, right? I mean, I don't know. I would never know because I'm not a racist, so I would never assume that it's just because they are white people.
You cannot allow a nation by force to change the boundaries of Europe. We haven't.
Also, what are the boundaries of Europe? Like, first of okay, omitting the obvious, but like, what are the boundaries of Europe? One and two. Ukraine and Russia are part of Europe. What? You mean the boundaries within Europe? Or like I'm like
seen that since the end of World War II. And that's what Putin is doing. He's saying
Europe specifically, other countries can invade each other's borders.
No, we could go further.
like yeah, so like so like I don't know if there is like I don't know if Australia decides to invade New Zealand, is that somehow allowed because they are not Europe?
I mean, this is why the U.S. intervened when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait in 1991. Same principle. You can't allow borders to be changed. Europe is particularly important to us because it's.
Oh, but you know, Israel is allowed to change all the borders of Palestine. You know. Just saying. Just saying. Also, hi, Tony. Welcome.
It's the core of our national security alliance system. It's our biggest partner in the world.
But
that's true for everybody.
And yet Ukraine is not actually a country that's involved in any mutualistic,
That's right.
defensive relationship.
Exactly. They're not part of NATO. We don't have a defense relationship. But then we have some.
Again, there is not a single reason why the US should be involved in the Russian military operation in Ukraine. The hordes of golden Russian cognates are encircling Europe.
Some security assurances we gave them when we helped them get rid of the nuclear weapons they inherited from the Soviet Union. So that's part of an assurance of NATO.
Wait,
we don't
what?
have any defense relationship. But then we have some security assurances we gave them when we helped them get rid of the nuclear weapons they inherited from the Soviet Union.
What do you mean help them get rid of? What do you mean help them get rid of nuclear weapons? Obviously, he's not going to go over what he just said, right? Like, just sprinkling that. Oh yeah, we helped them get rid of nuclear weapons from the Soviet Union. What do you mean help them get rid of? You mean taking them? Taking them? Oh, okay.
So that's part of an assurance there. But no, they're not part. But we don't have a formal defense relationship with them. But when they're invaded,
I heard a campaign ad today that said Russia hasn't invaded Europe since World War II. Already, from this black dude with Nazi politics, very likely he's in the Senate next year. Oh my god. Russia hasn't invaded Europe since World War II. Think about the Nazis. Also, Russia is part of Europe. Ukraine really said, "Thanks for taking these nukes off of our hands, bestie." like, bruh.
No, that's number. So that's the big thing. I mean, that's what motivates most of the national support, particularly in the West. You don't want, because if he gets Ukraine, what's next? And believe me, the Baltic nations don't.
I am. Russia invaded the German concentration camp. Ah, they liberated the Jewish people. Ah, how dare they?
Who are actually share a border with Russia are looking at that. It's why Finland just joined NATO, why Sweden ended 200 years of neutrality and joined. They are worried about.
Yeah, the neutrality of of creating weapons for the West. Yeah, super neutral. just as Sweden, Switzerland, the super neutral country that continuously helped Nazis. You know.
And so not that you
Joe,
might not be worried, but they are
that's a chicken
worried.
and the egg situation, because
Okay.
some people would argue that the Russian invasion is triggered in part by the large, significant expansion of NATO after a time when there were commitments made that this is a defensive treaty in response to the USSR, which no longer exists, but for some reason keeps getting closer and closer to Russia's border, despite assurances from the West that
Right.
that would not happen.
Right. And I was a critic of NATO expansion in the 1990s and in 2008.
Yeah, I was a critic. But also, that literally doesn't mean anything. And also, I am now supporting NATO. Like, okay, dude.
When they announced further expansion. And many of the people who helped draft or write this
Want to make me believe into EU equals Nazi Germany meme. I mean, where's the lie though?
letter have that view that that exactly what you said. The West basically caused this war by provoking Putin. And
well, it's not just, that's not to diminish Putin's ultimate responsibility in this.
Right.
But this is the issue. There were people calling before the war started to stop basically thumbing your nose and putting out these provocative statements about Ukraine being allowed to join NATO and the other countries that have joined NATO as well, and said and warned that this was going to happen. And so it's not that Russia isn't.
What? People saw this coming? No way. No way. I mean, it's not like this was happening for like, 8 years. Eight, arguably, 14.
Responsible for its own actions. But at what point is the international community that poked the bear, as it were, how much can they be even trusted at this stage to actually push for negotiations when it seems like what they were doing was pushing for some kind of escalation in the first place?
Well, just to answer that one, you can trust negotiations because everybody understands, everybody, that this war has to end in a negotiated settlement. That's how wars usually end, unless you
so why is it so controversial for people to say that in a letter?
That's what I'm getting at, because it's this method of doing it that when most people are talking.
What do you mean method? A letter? Oh, they wrote a letter. They should have written an email. They should have written a Facebook post, and maybe we would have heard them. But no, they decided to write a letter. Ew, disgusting. Honestly, they should have written a tweet longer. Turn me to one of these read doggy. Oh my god, no.
talking about is Ukraine and Russia, with the assistance of outside countries, have to negotiate the deal themselves. That's the only way it works. And we have lots of countries who are offering their help.
Okay. if the reason if the reason for Russia to start this special military operation in Ukraine was because of NATO expansion, tell me why, what's the logic on Ukraine talking with Russia instead of NATO countries talking with Russia? If NATO countries are the reason why this special military operation started in the first place. The US is the reason the negotiations broke down, literally. The reason there was even a Minsk too was because they meddled in the area where Ukraine, Europe, and Russia were discussing a peace deal. Bye.
France, Turkey, others who are trying to intervene on this to get Putin. But here's the other reality. Neither Ukraine,
Turkey, NATO country. France, NATO country. Other NATO countries? Hello? Oh my god.
nor Russia want to negotiate right now. So how exactly do you do this? And so their solution is the way.
Yeah, you know why Russia doesn't want to negotiate now? Because they've been wanting to negotiate for 40 fucking years. Oh my god. And what has NATO done? NATO has been no. But they have continued saying that no, to not commit to leave that room for Russia to think, I don't know, maybe. And Russia was like, you know what? Fuck you, I'm attacking Ukraine.
The way you do this is you go over the Ukrainian head. So if you think that we shouldn't have been in this war in the first place, that we basically provoked this war, it's terrible. It's put us, but we don't have vital national security interests. The Ukrainians don't want to negotiate. How do we do this? The U.S. should move in and cut a deal. That's the great power.
Well, let's talk about the
solution to this.
negotiation aspect of this, because many people are concerned that, it was reported that
Okay, then why did the U.S. sanction Russia? Isn't that colonialism?
that back in, I believe it was May, I'm reading from Common Dreams now, Boris Johnson pressured Zelensky to ditch peace talks with Russia. There have been multiple statements from the State Department, one from Lloyd Austin that I just clicked away from. I'm trying to find it again. Okay. Saying around the similar time that following his visit to Ukraine with Anthony Blinken, said that he wanted to, quote, to see Russia weakened to the degree that it can't do the kinds of things that it has done in invading Ukraine. There have been many statements made at this point about wanting to basically do regime change in Russia, which you can feel however you want to feel about Putin. I don't think that anybody here is going to be baking him a birthday cake anytime soon. But the reality is that seems to be the colonial effort from many people's perspective. And why?
No, you see, it's not colonialism. It's not colonialism when they do it to a country they don't like.
There are so many people who feel like they don't have a political home now and are moving to the right, where there is some criticism of this approach, wanting there to be some kind of affirmation from the left that endless wars are not okay, and funding Ukraine not so that it can regain its territories and have peace, but so that it can weaken Russia is not a goal that American and the American left in particular should be participating in. I
completely agree. That is exactly right. And I believe I understand the statements you're saying, but when you look at U.S. policy, that's not what we're doing.
Well,
we have been very careful not to, with one slip of President Biden, not to imply that we're after, this is a regime change war.
This is not a regime change war, but also Biden said that. Like, this is how you know the empire is in crisis when you have the president sleeping and saying what shouldn't be said out loud. Because, like, when Trump slept, it was it was manageable because it's Trump. Oh my god, he's crazy. Oh my god, don't listen to him. But with Biden, you don't have a oh, but he's old. You know, like, okay, what's going to be the excuse for the next president? Do you know what I mean?
Because in the end,
A slip?
you know, when
Does it seem too-
he put it at the end of his speech. How is this man going to, why is
Oh, he just said it at the end. God. Oh my god. It was an accident, okay? It's not true.
this man remaining in power?
I know,
You know-
but I'm pushing back at the whether it's
I understand, but
overly
look at what we're
credulous to
doing.
care-
Just look at,
Okay, he said it, but just ignore it, okay? Just ignore it. Okay, maybe he said that we want to change the we want a regime change in Russia, but just shut up. Shut up.
to characterize
we're
it as
not-
a slip. You've
we're
got
not
the
do- we're not-
Secretary of State and the Secretary of Defense and the President of the United States all in concert saying that this is a regime change operation, and we're supposed to
no,
see that as,
they're not
as a,
saying
as a
that.
slip.
I gotta,
They're not saying that. They just happen to have said it, but shut up. I'm like, they literally say it. They literally said it. And he's like, no, they didn't though. They didn't.
hold you back. They're not saying that. Weaken
How
Russia,
so?
and how can this man stay in power are statements. But there is no indication whatsoever that the U.S. has a plan or is trying to or is
So
advocating
why not
regime
say
change.
that? Why
Well,
not
that's a
allow
very good
this
point.
letter to be said?
But you have to. Okay, so several things.
Yeah, hi Sam, welcome. Like, it is okay. So I was sorry, my line. Like the I was on Twitter and literally so many liberals were attacking Brianna for being anti-war. How dare she be anti-war and be like, maybe we should stop the war. And I was like, what is going on? And she apparently posted a clip of this interview, and he decided to attack her, saying, how dare you attack me? And she was like, if you want, she's just a political commentator at FNFM. She's not like a politician, but yeah. And people decided to attack her, and I was like, what's going on? And yeah, and I was like, okay, I will watch the interview, and thought, okay, I might as well watch it on stream because I haven't streamed in a while and I want to watch it. So yeah, hi. Hi, I'm Sam.
Number one, you shouldn't conflate diplomacy and diplomatic.
Also, yes, the mental gymnastics, like, they didn't say it, okay? Oh God, shut up, mom, he's saying we sent it. Oh,
efforts with this letter. There are lots of people working on diplomacy. I'm telling you, this is a very particular point of view from a very particular set of small groups that were pushing this, and it blew up in their face. They were making a run for influencing the Congressional Progressive.
I am peace talks. Are peace talks really like?
Caucus and helping determine their foreign policy,
I
and it
wanna
exploded.
Let's talk about this idea because it's come up now a couple of times that there are small groups here. The backdrop of this conversation is that there is actually a very large percentage of Americans, including
Yeah.
many people who do not at all identify
Literally, Tony, like liberals have been even more hawkish than the Republicans. And like it is wild because like Republicans are the anti-social issues, anti-social, anti-human rights inside their country, and the Republicans are the anti-human rights outside the country. You know?
as Republicans, who are very the drop of this conversation, is that there is actually a very large percentage of Americans, including
Yeah.
many people who do not at all identify as Republicans, who are very frustrated when they see these aid packages going out the door with seemingly no obstruction or no problem to a country that most Americans can't find on a map. At the same time that we've just been
Okay, to be fair, most Americans can't find any country in any map. They may okay. They might be able to find Canada or Mexico if you present them a US map. And that's it. And I will guarantee that most of them will say that Mexico is at the north. And not because it's in the north, it's just because they just don't know where Canada and Mexico are. Just saying. Like, okay, maybe they will know where Mexico is because they have a state, New Mexico, at the south, you know? So maybe they will know that Mexico is near New Mexico, but at the same time, I'm like, I doubt it. I doubt it. I think you're going a bit too far with Mexico. Oh my god. I mean,
told
to be fair, they don't even know where Hawaii is. And that's literally part of their country. Even though it shouldn't be. But yeah. We also have that cliche, lack of education being done with people from the capital where they don't know where any city is. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Mexico and Canada are the only countries we here in the States can name. The rest, no way. They just know. Oh, okay. To be fair, you know that the UK is an ocean away. Which ocean? I won't guarantee you'll know.
for 2 years, we can't have a child tax credit. We have to extend unemployment benefits. We can't get, comprehensive, any kind of real comprehensive healthcare relief. You know, Biden is crowing about lowering Medicare prices for the elderly, and that's great for the elderly. But what about for the rest of us? I mean, this is the world that we're living in: high inflation rates, etc. But somehow the bills that are so easily passed.
You know what's the worst part is like Biden isn't actually even doing that. He's just saying that he will do that.
Are these ones to fight this country on the other side of the world, combined with the statements that I've read, and we disagree about how to characterize them, about how the plan seems to be not necessarily aimed at shortening the conflict, but weakening Russia. People across the board, large groups of people, are PO'd. So the question, and so much so, by the way, and we should play this clip, so much so that even very moderate establishment institutions like Pod Save America, even there, you're having conversations being had.
You make the right point that what Biden's saying is, I won't negotiate around the settlement that Ukraine has to accept without them. That doesn't mean we don't have things to talk to the Russians about. It just means Biden's not going to sit there and say, well, maybe you can keep this part of Ukraine and not that part of Ukraine. That's not going to happen. But to your point, if you don't create any space for kind of debate in the center here around this policy, you know where all the concerns about the war are going to go? They're going to go to where Kevin McCarthy took it, right?
Totally.
Which is like, hey, I'm getting uncomfortable here. There's nuclear threats. Let's cut off the Ukrainians, right?
It's a lot of money.
So, to some of you, like some of the Ukraine stands on Twitter or whatever, who like just, pile on this stuff, you may might be creating the outcome you don't want, because by punishing anybody who says let's have diplomacy, the only alternative to your position, is where Kevin McCarthy's going, which is like, hey, let's cut these, where Tucker Carlson is, basically.
Deciphering between the UK and Ireland would be too hard for both. Oh wait, is there that much of a delay? Because I'm having some frame drops, but I don't know how much is it. So yeah.
Or Elon Musk. I mean, there's clearly a void of people.
There's a void of
and like
discussion.
Elon Musk is filling it, or that guy David Sachs, some like idiot tech investor, right-wing goober is filling it. It's like, why don't we have?
No, because you're not the first one who has like sent a message that afterwards, but yeah.
The CPC, the progressive in the House fill it, or at least try.
Well, that would be a very healthy place to fill it.
I heard him on Wednesday. I wrote to him immediately. We have an exchange. I think he's wrong, but I understand. But he has a point. And what you were saying is, look, the uproar of this letter shrinks the space for diplomacy. And that is unfortunate. And what these guys did really screwed up efforts to get real diplomacy. I mean, they messed this up. And it's true. It's going to make it more difficult to advance.
It's okay, Sam. Like, have you ever watched my stream? It takes me a minute for me also to organize my thoughts.
I mean, they messed this up, and it's true. It's going to make it more difficult to advance other more practical diplomatic
how is this the fault? Help me understand. How is this the fault of people who wrote a letter that I feel like substantively you're still saying you agree with?
No. I do not agree with this letter. You're saying that
like the letter literally doesn't say anything like outlandish. Doesn't say anything more than, hey, we should also be looking for ways to, like, what was it? Cordial, civil, we should look for ways to peacefully end the war, And he's like, no, this is not the way. Oh, how dare you? Oh, Mom. It's like
this letter represents diplomacy. If you're against this letter, you're a war
diplomatic ways to end the war.
Warmonger, and believe me, I can't tell you how many people have said that on Twitter.
Those are my words exactly.
I know those.
He really said, no, I don't agree with the milquetoast diplomacy efforts. I want to sanction and bomb innocent people. Literally. Like, how... I don't know. He's a weirdo. That's all I know. We had a heated but productive conversation with former Plus Share Fund, a public grant-making foundation focused. Wait. The Plus Fund is a public grant-making foundation that supports initiatives to prevent the spread and use of nuclear weapons and to prevent conflicts that could lead to their use. Okay, Plowshares is a 501 foundation that pools contributions from individuals, families, and foundations. Okay, so he worked in this. Who's funding this though? Okay, honestly, it's a bullshit foundation. That's all we know. But it has to do with nuclear non-proliferation and conflict resolution. About the controversy surrounding the letter, every argument against the letter is competently raised by Joe. That means all the arguments are incompetent. He's anti-war, pushing for yes. Sam. Wow, a liberal who allegedly is anti-war but is pushing for war narratives. Who would have thought? What? Liberals being pro-war? No way.
But help me understand, Joe. Where in the letter?
This was terrible staff work, terrible analysis, terrible expert advice.
What analysis? Oh my god! Literally, the letter is literally saying, "Hey, we should have diplomatic talks with Russia and have Ukraine approval for this." And he's like, oh, "How dare you not want to include 100% Ukraine? Wow, are you a colonialist?" I don't know. Literally, literally. The president is the fund of the fund, Dr. Emma Blanchard. Emma served as the Stanton Nuclear Security Fellow at the Council of Foreign Relations. She also served as an advisor in Australia's Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet under National Security and International Affairs, and as a public affairs officer at the Australian Embassy in Washington, D.C. Can you look into which Australian Prime Minister? And by which, I mean, how far right were they? Because Australian politics is basically US politics, but further right. So, are we talking a Biden or a Trump? Either way, bad. But regardless, I was like, okay, optically, is he like passable or Trump? You know? Is in fact not losing the battle against the war industry.
Vice, not enough member oversight, and not to mention the release of it. You're criticizing, you're wanting your president of your own party to change the core.
You're criticizing your president. How dare you?
You're criticizing, you're wanting your president of your own party to change the core of his national security strategy 2 days before an election. I mean, who does that?
Where in this letter is there an argument for Joe Biden to change his approach to Ukraine? Because what I read was a lot of...
Why would you send the letter if you don't want to change? What's the point of the letter if you're just complimenting him?
Because you want something else? I don't know, like even if you're considering, hey, we should also have diplomatic talks, a change, like, bye. You know what? Bye.
Because you want Joe Biden to clarify, which you've admitted here, were inappropriate statements that give people the belief that he's
He just slipped, okay? Oh, God. He just slipped. He just said it very clearly at the end of a speech, okay? It was at the end of the speech, so it doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter, God. He said it at the end of the speech. Oh, how dare you? Bye.
To regime change, and you want him to open up space for a conversation on the left about how obviously we're pushing for diplomacy. Obviously, peace is the goal.
Just remind you.
Right? Peace is the goal. Right? Right, dude? Right?
The members who wrote this letter, who signed it in June, objected to it being released. This is not a military-industrial complex who stepped on it. The members themselves...
Okay, so he's right now he's saying that he's against the letter being published because the people who signed in the letter were against its publication. However, The entire interview, he has been complaining about the letter itself and the contents of it. But yeah. She personally gave a TED. No. Also, I'm sorry, I have ads on. No. Why? Nuclear weapons. First comment. Equilibrio motivacional. Don't let people make you give up what you want most in life. Believe. Fight. Conquer. Of course you will fucking conquer, fucking conquistador. And above all, be happy. Bye.
Wanted the letter pulled back. You know, that you got to remember this. Look at all the statements that they issued. Mark Pocan, is he a warmonger?
Yeah, I'm sure the people who signed the letter wanted the letter back because they disagree with the letter and not because there was liberal backlash from the letter. Yeah, I'm sure it was because of... Yeah. What if the US gives their nuclear weapons to Serbia? That will probably make things better.
He came out and criticized this immediately. Representative Jacob said, I would not have signed this letter today.
That video later. Oh my God, Sam. You just want to torture yourself.
Khanna on CNN, who was defending the letter, said no.
If you watch it, give us a TLDR of the video on Discord.
It should not have been released. So you have to understand, this is not a fight between the forces of good and the warmongers.
Forces of good in the US. Nice joke.
Who want to continue the war. This was a very stupid letter. It was dumbly done. And the people who wrote this.
It was a bit okay, even I am baffled because so far the letter literally includes nothing controversial. Hey, we should have diplomatic talks. We are at the point where liberals are baffled by the idea of diplomatic talks for peace. Okay.
Are being discredited within their own groupings. Nobody's going to touch these people, which is really the catastrophe, because look at what the harm it's done.
What is he talking about? No one is going to touch anyone in power who is able to do anything about the war, the Russian military operation. Also, I hate that saying the war because one, it's not a war, and two, it's not the war. There are multiple wars going on right now, all caused by the US in one way or another. So, but I'm like, these guys just desperate.
Done to Jayapal, who's on a track to assume leadership.
I gotta be honest. I don't give a fig what happens to Jayapal because I think that she's a disastrous leader, and her throwing her staff under the bus it also shows an integrity lapse that I'm not really wild with.
I don't think you understand what the staff was doing here.
Based Brianna. I don't give a thing about. Oh my god, yes. But also like, well, her staff was doing the wrong shit. Like, white man, shut the fuck up challenge. Literally impossible.
We'll come back.
They deserve a lot of blame. Here.
We'll come back to this.
He really thinks he aged with that literally. He definitely doesn't eat.
Staff issue, but I will say this. Having been in any kind of senior leadership position, I think it's very, very poor taste and in very poor form. But if your staff fails, it's because you failed to oversee them.
Can we get back to why we should be supporting you?
Wait a minute.
Okay, I know you're right, but can we just change topics? Because, like, I just don't want to be seen as, like, being wrong right now. So, like, we should just change topics.
Wait.
Okay, I'll wait. It's your show.
We can't come back to that, but I do want to come back. Since we're on the subject, I want to play the Ro Khanna clip.
California Congressman Ro Khanna is one of the Democrats who signed that letter and is still backing it. Congressman, what in the world happened here?
Let me tell you my position. I have voted for every package to arm Ukraine. I will continue to vote to arm Ukraine.
But what happened with this?
Well,
signed the letter, didn't sign the letter, it was a staffer. How does this happen?
I don't think the staff was to blame. I think the letter is common sense. We're going to stand with Ukraine, but at the same time, we're going to have diplomacy to try to end the war. You know who tweeted out that just today? Ambassador McFaul, who's one of...
I wish I could say that Ro Khanna is the most based person in Congress, but he's not. He literally does more stock exchange than Nancy Pelosi's husband. But at the same time, respect that he's like, yeah, this letter makes sense. Like, isn't it sad that this guy, who isn't even like the most progressive of the progressives in Congress, is saying like, yeah, this letter is pretty tame.
the strongest advocates for standing with Ukraine. You know, people need to look at the history. When we armed the
Sorry, it's like, okay. You're standing with a country who has historically had a problem with Nazis, who has had a Nazi issue literally since the end of World War II, and you are telling us to look at history? Okay, dude.
Mujahideen in Afghanistan. Did President Reagan stop talking to the Russians? Absolutely not. One of the reasons we got the withdrawal of the Russians is we continued to negotiate. When we had the height of the Cold War, did our senior military stop talking to the Russian military? Absolutely not. These people on Twitter, have they...
There wasn't Russian military during the Cold War. There was Soviet military. Just saying.
Spoken to General Dunford? Because
well, technically there was Russian military, but we're not going to get into that.
I have. Have they spoken to Admiral Mullen? Have they spoken to the senior military leaders? They have no idea what they're talking about. I'm on the Armed Services Committee.
Here's why fundamentally there is, I think, a real credibility issue when people say that, oh, it was just a timing issue. No one, it's a staffing issue. It's an administrative issue. Because here's the thing.
Honestly, yeah, like I don't even need to hear an argument from this. It is, like, it literally removes credibility from you if you're going to excuse yourself from shit that your name, like, that has your name in it. Like, even in the hypothetical case that your staff mistakenly signed the document, why did your staff do that? One, why did your staff do that? One. Two, why did your staff think it was okay to do that? Why did they think it was okay? And three, why are you throwing your staff under the bus if it's your fucking staff? Like, there's so many layers here. Why was there even a document in the first place, though? It was clearly Putin manufactured, Tony. Obviously, Putin sent that letter into the hands of everyone and signed it fakely. Duh.
People like Matt Duss, Bernie's former foreign policy advisor, the day the letter comes out, tweets, this is a good letter.
Yes.
Backs the administration's continuing support for
It was made by Juan Guaido. Oh my God.
Ukraine, urges more aggressive U.S. diplomatic effort to identify possible ceasefire options while making clear no agreement will be made without Ukraine.
Yes.
And then completely turns it around
about this. Yeah.
Completely turns it around the following day and says that this letter is a mistake. So for many people watching, it doesn't seem like it's an organic, oh gosh, immediately like this was timed wrongly and they should have updated this sentence and that sentence to more accurately reflect what's happening on the ground now in the region. But all in all, the sentiments are still on good footing. What it feels like is that a call came down from on high and people were told they were going to get in big trouble if they stood behind it, and then the rats went fleeing. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Have you talked to anybody on Capitol Hill about this?
I have.
Okay.
I have.
The phone started ringing off the hook from the people who signed it. They were, you have to understand, this is the number.
She literally just explained it. You don't understand. Have you talked with people in Congress? Yes. Well, you don't understand. How?
Number one rule of staff, you do not blindside your member. And they were blindsided.
Oh, he really thinks staff from all the Congress people who signed the letter was blindsiding them. Just saying.
They had no idea this thing was going on. They forgot about it.
But Joe, is the objection, hey, can you...
Okay. They forgot about... He just said they forgot about it. So... they still signed it.
Edit, can you reissue? This is what they...
Also, were they blindsided by this stuff? Or did they forgot? Or did they forget? Which one is it?
Could have done. They could have reissued a version of the letter that updated some of the stuff about the military status on the ground.
They could have, but they didn't. I mean, nobody saw it. Right. So before they released this, the staff felt that they had everybody sign off because they'd signed it in June, and so they were ready to go, and they never brought it back to the members.
No. I'm saying after people objected.
Oh yes.
Instead of issuing a retraction, they could have issued an updated letter that still made the point.
So she issued a clarification on Monday morning, and then another clarification on Monday afternoon. But it was clear you had to staunch the bleeding. I mean, it was a terrible message. And you can see
the bleeding. It made it worse, Joe. It made it worse because now there's confirmation that the right, and now the right is doing a victory lap, that there is no quarter for an anti-war movement in the United States and America except for on the right side of the aisle. It's been confirmed by the retraction of this letter.
No, you see, that's what I mean. You identify.
Brianna presents a fact. A fact. White guy, no.
Find this letter with the entire anti-war movement. Did the entire anti-war movement sign?
Entire anti-war movement. You mean people with Ukrainian flags in their Twitter? Like, as much as even if there was an anti-war movement as he depicts it, I'm not...
sign up on this? Did they agree to these terms? No. There's a big peace movement in the United States. You want a genuine peace. And this is not a rejection of diplomacy. It's a rejection of dumb diplomacy.
It's the Democratic Party's repudiation of that anti-war movement.
No, it is not at all. In fact, look at the front page of the Washington Post today, the day we're recording this. There's a big story about allies are now questioning American staying power on support for Ukraine. Why? 2 reasons. One, the MAGA movement. They don't want to support this. The Republicans, 53 Republicans voted against aid to Ukraine. Kevin McCarthy is saying if he's elected House Speaker, we're going to reconsider all our aid to Ukraine. And then the other thing they cite is this letter and the effort by only 30 members to force a change. And they're saying fissures are opening up, and they're right. And this is true because the longer the war goes on and as the bills pay up,
he's unironically talking like he's a QAnon. Like he's part of QAnon. Like, see, this is. I'm like, reality? Where?
It is going to be more difficult to get Western support to maintain, and that's what Putin is counting on. Because this is why he doesn't want to negotiate now. He thinks he can.
Yeah, because. Yeah, because he fucking waited 14 fucking years to do it. And Ukraine didn't want to because of NATO.
Crack Western support and Ukrainian support over a very rough winter. And he's been knocking out 1/3 of their electrical supply so they freeze over the winter. And that he can outlast the West. That's what he's betting on. And the allies are a little worried about this. So this letter has done real damage to the united support that Ukraine has got. So why should we be supporting Ukraine at all? In addition to the security, the global security reason.
What global security? He said it himself. It was Europe. Like, you cannot change Europe's borders. That's not the world. Actually, Europe is the smallest continent. Well, I guess. Actually, is Australia bigger? Map size. Okay, actually, Australia might be bigger than Europe. Australia might be bigger than Europe. Okay. Sweden. Okay, Sweden is still part of this, and Finland. Australia is just Australia, not even the continent. The country of Australia is bigger than Europe. Got it. Just that. Also, hi, little proletariat. Welcome. How are you doing? Oh my god. Hi. It's been a while. I hope you're doing okay.
I'm not wanting people to use force to change borders. There's a basic human rights reason. We do not abandon people who have been invaded by a fascist dictator, and that's what.
Sure, buddy, sure.
What Putin is, we help them. We resist this. And here's finally the moral reason. Watch the new Frontline show that takes us behind Ukrainian occupied cities that have been recently liberated. And look at what the Russians are doing in Ukraine. People often talk about occupied territory, but this is occupied people. They have tortured and slaughtered and raped and deported Hundreds of thousands, 1.5 million have been forcibly deported.
Is he talking about the US?
They're stealing Ukrainian
Oh no, there are way more than 1.5 million deported people in the US.
children. 500 just yesterday.
Oh, is he talking about Canada and the US?
Were shipped to Russia. And this is why we should be supporting them. We cannot allow this kind of evil to go unchecked, just on a basic moral reason. I mean, don't you agree with that?
I'm sorry, I don't. And here's
why. Why?
She doesn't base. Get me out of here. The US team does that regular. The US, his team does that regularly. Oh my god.
There are gangs that have overtaken Haiti. There is a cholera pandemic that was started by the UN. UN members raped Haitians. A third of Pakistan was underwater. Should we go, due to the climate crisis, should we go and invade China because Uyghurs are in concentration camps? Tell me, articulate. And this is the question that I asked Matt Duss when this war first started. Until you can articulate to me what the rationale is behind where America intervenes and where it doesn't, and give me some kind of moral accounting that makes me believe that it's actually about moral commitments and realizing how much of our money and our resources in the richest country in the world can go to saving lives and increasing the quality of life for the most people, as opposed to a strategic military intervention for territory, resources, and political control. If you can articulate to me why this is truly the most deserving humanitarian case on the planet, as opposed to a continuation of these Cold War policies, we want our economic system, our oppressive, by the way, economic system to maintain global dominance, then I can start to entertain a conversation about what our intervention should be, how long, and how much. But there is nowhere in the entire public sphere that conversation is actually happening, and nowhere close to a rationalization that's been presented.
Got it. Let me give you two sources to go to that say this much more articulately than
Sources? Oh my god.
I do. The first is Jamie Raskin's letter, which I would like to print on parchment and hang on my wall, because it is a wonder. I'm sure I don't know if you've read it.
No, I've read the excerpts on.
I know
what
it talks about what Ukraine represents and the kind of society.
White supremacy. It represents the Nazis actually living on Europe. It represents how the Nazis killed the USSR. That's what Ukraine represents.
Society it's representing that's developing in the war, which is different from what Ukraine was before the war, and the inclusive nature of this, and then the kinds of people that are fighting this war and coming together for this war, and what
Nazis. Nazis. Got it.
And Ukraine is really a young, struggling democracy trying to stand up to an authoritarian.
How are people like these? How are people like him real?
I would say fascist power, and this is in America's
interest. Like, if Russia was truly fascist, I don't know where. I don't know what the US would even be. Do you know what I mean? Like, if Russia is fascist, then explain to me what the fuck the US is.
Was to promote these people and this struggle. Timothy Snyder says something more elaborately in his Foreign Affairs article about the need for democracy to prevail over authoritarianism, and a victory for a democratic Ukraine and a defeat for Putin would be a huge victory for freedom, for human rights in the world today. So it's not just about Ukraine, although that's the primary reason we should be aiding them. They're the ones getting killed, raped, deported, and tortured. But it's also...
You mean Black people, Indigenous people, queer people, disabled people, houseless people in the US. In the US. You know? getting killed, raped, deported, and tortured. I haven't met a single femme-presenting person from the US who hasn't been raped. I haven't met a single femme-presenting person in the US who hasn't been raped. Three black people are killed daily. On average. ICE still exists. And I'm not talking about the one on top of the mountain. Because that shit has melted already. I'm talking about the millions, or at least thousands, hundreds of thousands, of Latin American people jailed and caged in the southern border of the US. You already have killed, raped, deported, tortured. Let's talk about how Native Americans are being tortured by being in concentration camps. Let's talk about how homeless people are being tortured by staying homeless. Let's talk about how poor people are being tortured by telling them you should stay poor and live with subhuman conditions, or else we are not going to give you anything. Because those subhuman conditions are still better than nothing. So yeah, when this motherfucker is saying, oh, all of these things are happening in Ukraine. Well, sir, those things are happening in the US by your own fucking government. So maybe you should take care of that first, and then think about doing anything in other countries. We care about human rights when it happens abroad in these authoritarian regimes. When it happens in Western democracy, it's A-okay. It's so fucked up.
It would be a tremendous advance for the cause of democracy, human rights, and freedom in the world, which has been under pressure.
The cause of democracy. The cause of democracy has been the excuse making for American imperialism. Look,
I agree with you, and that is a problem. We all,
I agree with. Then what the fuck are you saying? Oh, we should fight for human rights and democracy. Okay, but democracy has been used for imperialism. Yeah, but I agree with that also. White people shut the fuck up challenge.
Well, we're defending our freedom by going to Vietnam, really? By going to Iraq?
I look at Syrian children, and Yemenis, and Haitians, and Pakistanis, and I see humanity and a just struggle in each of those faces. And I got to tell you, it does bother me. And I'm not saying you're doing this, but when we saw all of the footage at the beginning of the war where reporter after reporter couldn't keep themselves from gushing over how blue-eyed and just like us these people looked, that part of this does have to do with the fact that it's a European country and people feel like those lives matter more, and they're able to justify the war on that basis. Now, I don't think that's why we're there. I think we're there because we don't care about people at all, but because of our strategic global dominance that we're trying to maintain at the end of this flailing empire.
Right.
But again, I'm not making an argument that there isn't a case to go to Ukraine. I'm just saying nobody's made the relativistic case that I think is necessary to justify intervening here and not in a million other meritorious places.
Let me try this.
Sure.
So,
let me try this, by the way, means that he hasn't actually thought of an argument for this ever before. Just highlighting this. He has never before tried to think about an argument for why going to Ukraine and not to any other human rights violation, atrocity, whatever. I'm telling you, Sam. I've been telling you. Brianna Joy Gray have been going in her tanky arc for a while now.
Over the last 20 years, the U.S. has engaged in a series of unnecessary, counterproductive, and disastrous wars. It's engaged
20 years? Where's the... Is it... What was the... Oh my god, I already forgot. In USA? Was it this? 20? Who's going to tell him? Who's going to tell him? This actually doesn't even include the last 20, the last 30 years. Who's going to tell him?
In a series of unnecessary, counterproductive, and disastrous wars that have destabilized the Middle East, that have cost us thousands of our...
That has destabilized the entire world, actually. Not just Western Asia. The entire world.
Warriors that have killed about 1 million people. We think the Middle East wars have killed
2 million North Koreans, 3 million Vietnamese, 500,000 in Laos and Cambodia, 1.5 million in Angola, 1 million in Mozambique, 500,000 in Afghanistan, 500 to 1 million in Indonesia, 500,000 to 1 million in Indonesia, 200,000 in East Timor, 100,000 in Nicaragua, 100,000 in Guatemala, 700,000 in Iraq alone, over 60,000 in El Salvador, 30,000 in Argentina, 35,000 in Taiwan, 20,000 in Chile, and many thousands in Haiti, Panama, Grenada, Brazil, South Africa, Western Sahara, Zaire, Turkey, and dozens of other countries in what amounts to a free market world holocaust. And again, all of this before his last 20 years number.
Killed about 1 million people. That's much worse than what Putin is doing in Ukraine right now. These are terrible wars, and they were designed by people who wanted to expand American hegemony. The whole point of invading Iraq was to knock off an enemy and help establish, from the point of view of the architects of this war, American dominance in the region for generations to come in preparation for war with China. I mean, that's what they thought. That's why they were doing this. And you and I probably agree on this. So a big movement has developed against that, and on many, many levels of American society. Against that. And so when the Ukraine war comes up, a lot of people put that in the same frame. Oh, here we go again. Here we go again, intervening in somebody else's conflict. And I understand that. But this is different. This is not an American...
How? Oh, because it's not American initiated. It is NATO initiated. So it's completely different. Because, it's not just for the US, it's for NATO. Because NATO is definitely not controlled by the US. That's a lot of people being murdered, disappeared by the hands of the US. Yeah. I think that's what separates the tankies from the rest of the so-called left, knowing exactly what it is that the US has been and still is responsible for over the last 80 years. Yeah. Yeah, literally. It is wild. Like, it is disgustingly wild.
Initiated war. We didn't go there. We didn't seek this war. Putin invaded not because he was provoked.
No, he wasn't provoked. We were just slowly but surely including every country surrounding Russia into NATO. No, he wasn't provoked at all. You're either a tanky, you're in the leftist. I mean, literally. Okay, I mean, there are spaces for anarchist comrades. As long as they are just anarchist in name. Just kidding. But yeah, like... you know, no, we're not. we're not counting Russia. We're just expanding so that Russia and China can't move, you know. We aren't against Russia. We're just, you know, trying so that Russia and China can't do anything. I mean, Chomsky has had good takes in Ukraine about Ukraine lately, which I was surprised. And also, he just released a new book with Vijay Prashad, so go buy it. But historically, Chomsky has had weird takes. He doesn't have the most perfect track record. There's no way you can know the extent to what U.S. has been involved in intervening, murdering the whole damn world, and still both sides any of these issues. Literally. Also, Chomsky. That's a good quote we tend to use when talking about Chomsky. So, yeah.
Or felt threatened. Ukraine doesn't have a military threat against him.
It is no nuanced November. Yeah.
There were no troops massing on his border. He explained it all in speech after speech. He thinks that Ukraine doesn't have a right to exist. They're not a real nation.
I'm
they
sorry,
should be part of Russia.
I need
and so
you
when
to
they
find
go
a
in, let me just
quote
finish
for
this
that.
last. You can't find one quote for that?
No, I said I need you to establish a quote for that because many people have mischaracterized a lot of his speeches and they've gone unchecked because they're in Russian.
So we're being unfair to Putin?
No, well, yes, it is possible to be unfair to a person you don't.
Oh, so you are saying I'm unfair to Putin? Yes.
Don't like.
Well,
alert the presses. It is
okay,
completely possible to be unfair to someone even if I don't like them.
Oh.
So yes, I need because I remember a lot of people were characterizing one particular speech that he gave as this empire building speech, and then Russian speakers came up.
Yeah, it's literally the same when people say that Putin wants to build the Soviet Union just because he mentioned it once, actually twice in the speech, in his speech. Like, also, yes, fuck this guy. And like the shit people have been saying about Brianna are like, it's wild.
A week after, and actually listened to it and said, actually, that's not at all what he had said. So I just want to make sure we're dealing in truth. I'm not saying it's not true. I just want to make sure.
Okay, here's one way to know we're dealing with truth. He annexed the territories he's occupying. So he's doing what he said. Ukraine doesn't have a right to exist. He made them part of Russia.
Okay.
These are lands that he invaded in 2 invasions, 2014 and then just this year.
Yeah.
And now he made them part of Russia.
Okay.
So isn't that doing what he said?
So wait, Ukraine doesn't have a right to exist. Is not how I would put, and I'm not saying that I agree with this point of view, but the counter argument is that there has been a civil war going on in Ukraine.
Oh no, you don't buy that.
That there has been a civil war going on in Ukraine? I don't think that that's really disputable.
You mean after...
I hate this guy so fucking much.
After Russia invaded in 2014 and armed these groups and made them the territorial control of the territory that they invaded, that civil war? That's what you mean?
No, I mean that there was a historically Ukrainian speaking region of Ukraine in the east that has been in conflict with the other parts of Ukraine, that there has been weapons fire exchange and deaths that are happening in that region for a long time.
There's some conflict, yeah.
Yes,
that's right.
And that
there's been some conflict, yeah, but that's not civil war. You don't believe that? I wholeheartedly do, sir.
Consequently, there have been moves to, for example, delegitimize, de-rank Russian as a language in the country, and all of these kinds of things that have made people have mixed feelings, at least before the invasion. I understand that the invasion has colored even the more Russian sympathetic parts of the country for obvious reasons, but that there was a real dispute here, and that part of the issue was that that the Minsk Accord was supposed to be a path to resolving some of the inner Ukraine conflicts that was foiled in some respects by U.S. intervention and by the West. And as a consequence, that was part of the provocation, not a justification or legitimation, but part of the provocation that became the framework that Russia felt like justified its invasion, that it used as the pretext for its own invasion.
And do you think it justified the invasion?
No, of course not. Nothing justifies an invasion. But if I see a big dumb drunk in a bar, I'm not saying I asked for it if he slugs me in the face, but I'll tell you what, I have a lot less sympathy for the person who went up with him, poke, and told him his wife was ugly than the person who just walked out of the room, got in a cab, and went home. And so if we want things like this not to happen, I think that we have to be honest about the role that we played in these kinds of conflicts. Now, this is getting down.
I agree.
Go ahead and respond.
So, and when this is over, we have to go look back at those policies and say, why didn't we understand?
What do you mean when this is over, you have to go back? You can go back now and see and look at the facts now, actually. No, when this is over. Because who fucking know when this is going to be over?
More of Russia's legitimate security concerns. And I got to tell you, I agree with this. I've gone into great detail in other talk shows about how stupid it was to put missile interceptors in Poland and Romania, which had no real purpose, but the Russians saw that as a threat.
We talked about this.
We did. And I
Okay. Okay. The US put missiles in Poland, but they were never poking the bear. Let's wait 50 years before we reflect on our principles. Okay, maybe we should talk about this when it is published in history books for elementary kids, elementary school kids.
So that was dumb, and I argued against it when I was on the State Department Advisory Board, and I argued about it with officials. Couldn't budge them. They were wrong. That was a mistake. We did make mistakes, and NATO expansion was not.
He talks like
done right, and we should have.
NATO expansion shouldn't have happened ever, actually. Not done right. It should have never happened, period. NATO actually shouldn't have existed post USSR. It actually shouldn't have taken Putin question the existence of NATO because fucking Yeltsin was too much of a tool to say anything about it. Actually, I think he actually said something. But it shouldn't have taken Putin raise questions about the existence of NATO for NATO not to exist in the first place.
Done more on with what we call the U.S.-Russia partnership. We did make mistakes, and that was part of our sort of post-Cold War hubris, that we were the only guys in town and we could just roll right through it. We didn't really have to pay attention to Russia, and not to mention the economic advice we gave Russia, which was terrible, which led to the rise of these oligarchs, etc. So lots of mistakes.
Also, it is wild to me how people talk about Russian oligarchs like they're not the exact same kind of people in the US. Sorry, but like, if Bezos is not an oligarch, then explain to me what the fucking oligarch is.
Lifelong critic of you.
Putin wanting to join NATO is quite hilarious in hindsight, literally. I mean, to be fair, Putin, like, it is interesting because, like, I would say that Putin tried to join NATO for the exact same reason that Stalin wanted to join NATO. You know? Not like because they actually... I mean, actually, Putin wanted to join NATO. Well, they both wanted to join NATO for peace reasons, but also to see if like conflict was still going on. And both of like it literally happened. Whatever. It literally happened to both of them. Okay.
U.S. foreign policy.
I know, Joe. That's why people are so sad and confused about how people that we've trusted, who are part of this Bernie world, etc., how there can be this breakdown.
There are things worse than American foreign policy, and that's what I mean by
that is literally nothing. I can guarantee you, there is nothing worse than U.S. foreign policy. Maybe Saudi Arabian foreign policy, but even then, that was created by the US. So no, actually, there is nothing worse than US foreign policy.
The shift. There are worse things out there, and what? Putin is one of them.
Okay, even if Putin were to be one of the things worse than US foreign policy, Putin was still created by the US. Like, Putin was literally still created by the US. Hello? But yeah, I think Putin realized that NATO was specifically created to combat him and his people, whereas Stalin knew but was just trying to be diplomatic. Interesting. I don't know. I don't think... Actually, I can't vouch for Putin on that. I just assume he was aware, but I don't know. So I will give you that, Sam. If American imperialism is fighting the devil, I'm with Satan. Literally. Literally. Also, hi Lasu, welcome. Happy Indigenous Heritage Month, but I'm not sure if I celebrate that, because here in Peru, we don't really celebrate months. So, yeah. Regardless, happy Indigenous Heritage Month for you.
You do not want to live in Russia. How would you feel if you were Brittany Griner right now? You do not want to be in a system where
I don't know. If I lived in Russia, I don't know. How would I feel if I lived in Russia? I don't know. People live in Russia. You know what I mean? Like, how would you feel living in the US? Okay, that is like, whoa, calm down, you know? Like, going outside and worrying if the police is going to kill me. No, thank you. No, thank you. You're indigenous, just like me. We don't hold borders like cold artists do, Primo, so. Yeah. Yep.
Are no rules. There are no human rights. When one person controls everything.
There are way more Brittany Griners in the United States of America. I'm sorry, we have the largest prison population in the world. What's going on with Brittany is horrible. Right. Don't get me wrong. It's horrible, and it's political pretext to have her in jail for that long for what she's been accused of doing. However, I'm not going to sit here in the country with the
it's the same as Russia. Literally true. Brie, imagine being black person and feature period and just incarceration. Could you imagine? True! Imagine being a black woman in the United States. And Brie, can you imagine being black and a woman in the United States? I can't. Okay.
Largest mass incarceration problem in the world, where all of the people who look like me are the ones that disproportionately targeted by it, and say that I should be somehow afraid of what would be happening if I lived in Russia.
You can do both. You can.
Oh my god. Yeah, I know. Okay, I know that every time you go out, you're afraid that you're going to either be raped or shot by the police. But you can do both, okay? Oh my god, I didn't know liberals could go this far. not 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 him both sizing oppression. Bye. Like, the worst part is that she literally had to say they look like me, and he's like, yeah, but bruh. Bruh. Okay, so like, just because there's one outrageous case of incarceration in a country, that means that the entire country works under the same, like, at that level, like, so-called left intellectuals. It is okay, so like on Discord I talked about how someday I will be making YouTube videos, and I really want to make a YouTube video so bad about the state and how academia is one of the tools that the state uses in order to maintain power. And it will be I will be using these shows and analysis. Oh my god, so good. But when I stop being depressed. So yeah. Also, thank you, Sam. I don't particularly like it, but thank you. I don't know. Okay. I think it's kind of weird. But I feel like it's because you don't see the texture on camera here, but when I see it on the mirror, it's slightly better. But yeah, the compatible left, that's a good topic to cover. Honestly, oh my god. I have so many ideas. Okay. I'll stop.
Argue for social justice and for income equities, and you can argue that we have to be combating climate change and pandemics, and we have to reimagine our national security, which I believe we have to do. You can say that those wars of the last 20 years were wrong, that we shouldn't be spending $870 billion a year on defense, which is an obscene amount of money, that Joe Biden made a terrible mistake with the nuclear posture review he issued today, which commits us to spending about $1 trillion every decade.
But you cannot criticize Biden because that will look bad. Oh my god. I like when you look, shave your head too. Oh, thank you. I kind of miss academia and being the loud commie in the room full of ladies. Oh my god, Walden. I mean, it is a fun space. It is fun to be the guy who is shutting everyone up. Shutting every white person up.
A nuclear weapons.
But at the same time, it is exhausting sometimes.
We don't need. You can argue all those things, and you'd be absolutely right about that. And if we change those policies, we'd be a stronger, better country, and still oppose fascism in the world, and still say we have to.
Again, if Russia is fascist, explain to me what the US is. Just saying. Just saying.
Come to the aid of those people. We can't let them be under the control of this country. It's right, it's just. And in so doing, we may help ourselves. You know, I think that there are...
He still hasn't replied to why Ukraine and not any other country. You know, like, why are you helping, for example, the people in the Philippines? You know, they are under a literally fascist regime. Is the US doing something about it? Yes, actually, they are supporting the fascist regime. So yeah. Fine. Also, I shouldn't have mentioned the Philippines because China is also supporting that regime, and we are not going to talk about it.
You were talking before about a blank check, and I think there are people
I mean, to be fair, China is not supporting the regime. They're just like, no, I guess they are. They are neutrally supporting them, but it's the same thing materially that the US is doing. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about this now.
We're not giving Ukraine a blank check, but
$85 million? $85 billion? Okay. Sure.
We're pretty close to it. We're giving them a lot of money.
Where's the line? Oh, it's not a blank check yet. But when we get to 100 billion, oh, that's a blank check. Like, I hate liberals.
It's major. That's the issue.
But there's lots of, and I agree with it. There are some people where what they want is for Putin to be humiliated, for him to be defeated.
Right.
So we'd be searching for an off-ramp for Putin? No. Screw him. Is Putin looking for an off-ramp? No, he's not. He still thinks
the mental gymnastics in it. I am baffled by the hate that these people have against Putin. Like, he has single-handedly done something to them. And I'm like, why? What has he done? Literally, what has he done that any of the presidents in the US have done, that any other president in the world has done, that, like, I am baffled. Like, even the current Russian system isn't that bad. The current Russian political system isn't like that bad, isn't that wild, isn't like fascist. But yeah, their whole lives have been a lie. It's really hard to question everything you've ever believed being told. And that's the thing, like, it is so interesting how Russophobia, how do you say it?
Russophobia.
It is so wild how Russophobia has been indoctrinated into people in the 21st century. In the 21st century, literally a decade after the fall of the USSR. And why? Literally all because people dared to say, you know what? We don't want a monarch. Like, we don't want a monarch, and we want people to be fed. Hey, you know what? Maybe workers should have rights. Like, do you know what I mean?
He's going to win, but that you cannot allow that anger, that sentiment to prevail.
Also, now that I'm talking about the USSR, side note, literally, what has Cuba done that the USSR didn't do? And I'm just saying this because, like, by people I mean leftists, who are like, oh yeah, Cuba is good, but the USSR was bad. And I'm like, they are probably the two socialist countries with the most similar histories. Like, historical revolutions. Historical revolution, histories of revolution, something. You get it. But, like, do you know what I mean? Like, they quite literally have had. Cuba literally has the same exact system as the USSR. So I'm like, why? What's the? But yeah, okay. Sorry for the, but I'm like, okay.
Bail, because in the end, Russia remains a very strong country with 6,000 nuclear weapons. Putin has a firm control, whatever fissures are developing now. And in the end,
doesn't the US have 8,000? Like, at least Russia is the biggest country in the world. So, also, look at how many nuclear weapons. Look. First, Russia, NATO, the US. And even when I look the US, it says 5,000. Oh, interesting. 5,500. Interesting. I said the US had 8,000. I don't know why. Anyway. But even then, like, again, Russia is almost double the size of the US, and they only have 500 nuclear weapons of difference. Which again, 500 is still a scary number. But, okay, this is a bad argument.
And you're going to have to negotiate a deal with him. The problem is that that's not now. And that's one of the other flaws in this letter.
What do you mean, not now? Do you have to wait until Ukraine disappears? Like, when do you, like, when?
So let's talk about that.
It says the goal should be an immediate end to the conflict. Well, you want an immediate end to the conflict, you're going to have to defeat Putin on the battlefield because he's not going to...
Okay, if you were to defeat Putin in the battle, then why would you need diplomatic talks if you already defeated Putin? Logic? Hello?
Be willing to quit until he's clearly losing. And at that point, you're going to have...
Sorry. He's asking... Also, hi Dorian, welcome. Also, the US controls so many other nations and other supplies too with it. I mean... Sorry, he's asking... Okay. This is Russia. This is Russia, by the way, everyone. The biggest country in the world. Russia, Ukraine. I hate that Google Maps doesn't highlight the, like... He's asking this little country right here to win a war against Russia. And yes, landmass doesn't necessarily guarantee anything, yada yada, I don't care. The biggest country in the world. Hello? Hello. The second largest army, if I recall, so their landmass isn't indicative. Interesting. It's not size, it's just how you use it, Dave. Oh my god.
Have negotiations. It's a delicate operation. You're going to have to show him that he cannot win.
I mean, yeah, I should... The argument should have been, like, during the entire conflict, Russia hasn't lost. Hasn't been losing. So why, like, when is that going to happen?
Win, and yes, here's the way out.
Also, now that I'm thinking about it, why do you have to wait until Putin loses? then you are admitting that you just want him to lose. So this is an ego war. This is a war for the US's ego. That's it. So he's admitting that the war is not even because of humanitarian reasons. It's just because the US has a fragile ego.
You're going to have negotiations. It's a delicate operation. You're going to have to show him that he cannot win. And yes, here's the way out. Here's a way for you to retreat and stay in power.
But he can win. He will most likely win, whatever that even means. And that is why you want peaceful negotiations, because you don't want more Ukrainians to die, right? Right? It's almost like you actually don't care if Ukrainians die. So weird.
Power, and that's where things like sanctions relief and guarantees come, but not now. He's not ready. He won't do it.
Where in the letter does it say the word immediate end to the conflict?
A rapid end to the conflict, and we iterate this goal as America's chief priority. The last phrase.
All right. So I would say a rapid end is not the same thing as an immediate end, and the language matters. And I accept that obviously the letter is out of date in some ways. I understand that there are a number of recesses that could have affected the timing of this letter, etc. But in terms of that language, I don't see an issue with that, because here's the framing, Joe. Let me ask you about this.
Sure.
The problem is that it seems like if you suggest the war should end, if you suggest a negotiation, the nature of a settlement is that both sides are going to feel like they've lost a little bit of something. You are accused immediately of wanting to clear a path for Putin, help out Putin. Anything that benefits Putin in any way is characterized as somehow a desire to snuggle up with him and read him bedtime stories, when the nature of settlements and negotiation is that this is what we always say in the law. If it's a good negotiation, both sides feel screwed. Now, nothing in this letter, again, says anything about specifically drawing down aid or anything like that at all, much less on a timeline that's based on anything other than what's in the best interest of Ukrainians or what they want. But there doesn't seem to me to be any space between the idea of a blank check and the idea of conditions.
Yeah.
It's one or the other, and people have very rapid responses one way or the other. Obviously, if you give someone money, there are conditions on the money. That's just life. That's why you don't borrow things from family.
Right.
That's why you don't go into business with your lover. That's why you don't do stuff like that.
Yes.
So here we are. The options. Me personally, you've heard what I said about how I'm not sure that we should be involved in the least. But that's not the position of this letter. This letter says, let's get involved. We're involved. I support you, Joe Biden. Frankly, this letter is a bunch of butt kissing to the Biden administration, as far as I'm concerned, and almost doesn't say anything at all. It's the objection to the letter, frankly, that's made more of a stink about the idea of Democrats being somehow in league, or these progressives being somehow in league with the right, than anything else. If they just let sleeping dogs lie, it's a nothing burger. In fact, some prominent commentator literally described it as such, a nothing burger. So how would you characterize an appropriate, you're saying that this isn't the Democratic Party's repudiation of a peace movement.
Right.
Okay. So what is the version of this letter? What is the version of a statement that says, we are not giving you a blank check and that you need to be actively working for peace in a way that, frankly, our own administration, Biden administration, Blinken, Lloyd Austin, haven't been doing. Tony Blair, LOL, sorry, not Tony Blair. With the hair, the old PM. Brexit.
Okay.
Sorry, what's
Johnson?
Sorry, Boris Johnson. The way that Boris Johnson has been interfering.
Literally me blanking on everyone. That one guy.
Yes,
to derail negotiations.
Well, I'll tell you
what the U.S. is after is depleting Russia's resources as much as possible, also being a primary energy provider to Europe. In the interim, it's not a bad situation either. Interesting. Interesting. Then Prolonged conflict is the most beneficial because Europe becomes more and more dependent on the US finance. After Norway, we're the number 2 provider. Interesting. So my boy Putin, Comrade Putin, it's just like playing into. I mean, this really shows how hegemonic the U.S. power is. You know, like then he's just doing what the U.S. wanted from the beginning. Interesting. The Norwegian pipeline was announced the day after Nord Stream pipelines were bombed. I see.
My version is, because I actually started looking at this and well, what would have made more sense? And if they just, if I wrote an article and I said, look, if they just start with pursue, diplomatic avenues, that would have been fine, which is kind of what a lot of us want. And we recognize that the Biden administration has not been balancing. Right. They do need more balance. I've told them this privately, as have others. This was rather heavy-handed, but you could go to that last paragraph and it could say this. In conclusion, we urge you to.
Why? What the fuck is this? Okay. I'm scared. So we're going to finish this and watch that as a cleanser.
Make vigorous diplomatic efforts to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine and secure the territorial integrity of a Ukraine free from the threat of future assaults. Period.
Interesting. Now that I think about it, Ukraine really doesn't matter. I'm sorry, but like, wow. Interesting. Ukraine really is just the place where a war just happens to be happening for the US. Interesting.
You could say that. That's what we want you to do. And then you don't have to go into all this weirdness about a new security state. And you notice that the phrase they use is a sovereign and independent Ukraine. But what Ukraine wants is its borders back. It wants to have its territorial integrity. And that is something that this letter...
Yeah, territorial integrity to be discriminating against Russians.
Leaves out, but you could say that and still be fine.
Like now I'm thinking, wow. I feel like Nazis being in Ukraine doesn't even matter. Interesting. They probably planted seeds for these in a number of places, and these are the seeds that sprouted first. Honestly, yeah. It is interesting because you said the seeds that they planted, and I'm like, you mean the Nazis? And I'm like, I mean, were the Nazis the US plan technically? I mean, not directly, of course, right? But the Nazis were inspired by the US and how. Okay, it is weird. Now, in hindsight, it is weird that the US so quickly hired Nazis after the Second World War, and now we're seeing how the Nazis who were who moved into these Eastern European countries, to the Balkan states and all of those places. One, these Nazis just so happened to destabilize these countries enough in order to dismantle the entire USSR. And two, now are being used as props for the left wanting to, well, some sectors of the left wanting to justify and or not care about the war against Ukraine, but at the same time, like, interesting. Okay, why did the US go to war with Germany? Just, okay, in my mind, it was, because they attacked France. But even then, I'm like, I mean, did the US care about France? Like, I am thinking also, okay, maybe economically, because they gave them money, so they would have to give money back to the US. But at the same time, I'm like, they didn't need to go to war. So why did they go to war? Because the USSR had to, because Germany was invading the USSR, or wanted to invade the USSR. Because we wanted to be on the right side of history, and it was hard to ignore the genocide at that point. Interesting. Was there public pressure in the US? No, because Pearl Harbor made it so that the US bombed Japan. But even okay, the Japan conflict I see the Japan conflict as parallel to the German conflict, to the European side of the war. Because Japan was its own imperial power. Was Japan allied with Germany? I don't think so, because the USSR wasn't in war with Japan. I mean, not in that moment. Or were they? What was going on in Korea? No, that started afterwards, right? But even then, that's not the USSR. We waited as long as possible before intervening. But what? Why did you intervene? Were there because in my mind, the US had treaties with France or something. In the US, we were attempting a fascist of ourselves for presidents, Medley Butler, who turned against the empire. With Germany, I thought. That doesn't sound right. Why did the US intervene in World War II? The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor ended the debate over American invasion of both Pacific and European theaters. Where German allies in World War II? The three principal partners in what was eventually referred to as the Axis Alliance were Italy, Germany, and Japan. Interesting. These countries were led by German dictator Hitler, Italian dictator Mussolini, Hirohito. Why do people never talk about Hirohito? Is it literally just racism? Interesting. Also, apparently they were allied. I'm still skeptical on why intervening in Europe. Also, when did Pearl Harbor? Okay, if the attack on Pearl Harbor was December 1941, wait, hear me out. Why had Spain decided already that they weren't going to be part of the war? Because I remember that one of the main reasons Spain didn't want to participate in the war was because the US would easily attack Spain. But at the same time, I guess they could be attacked by France. But at the same time, France would be between Spain and Germany. But the UK had easy access to Spain, I guess. To become the hegemon once again, to stop Germany. Okay. Now that I buy. To stop Germany from being the big winner. And Britain. But even then Britain no, because was Second World War literally the same thing as World War One? Just people being jealous? Am I wrong? So they were kind of busy. Interesting. Were they? No, because how long did it last? Spanish Civil War. Let me see. How long did the Spanish Civil War last? Yeah, from 33 to 39. We're going to do a World War II deep dive someday. I need to. All great historical events happen twice, once a tragedy and again as a farce. Interesting. Was just World War One, but with the contradictions way more apparent. Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. The US was perfectly happy with all these powerhouses getting bombed, whether they were allied or not, just so they ah! Just so that they can take the reins afterwards. Okay, the US is such a weird country because, like, how can they think so far ahead and at the same time do sloppy shit like the Hong Kong and Cuban protests? Well, I guess the Hong Kong protests worked. Interesting. No, I haven't. Lovers, no. And the history of this one? Interesting. No, I haven't, but I will. Hegel remarked somewhere that all great world historic facts personages appear, so to speak, twice. He forgot to add the first one. Oh, interesting. Oh, that makes sense. So is this second Cold War with China the second of the first Cold War with Russia? With the USSR? And I guess the answer is yes. Well, China better win. Best Authors of the World are chapter 8 of Settlers and Fascism, chapter Blood in My Eye. Interesting.
Fine, you could still be pursuing diplomatic options. There's lots of ways to do this, and I'm telling you, people are. There are lots of people in this town pushing for diplomacy
Yes,
with you.
do it. Actually, I don't know what. I guess sources, you could spam sources. Yes, spam sources. Resources. Yes.
Ukraine, trying to develop diplomatic paths, looking ahead to off-ramps in the spring, when there's, I think, a likely time when this war will be cleared. And in order to get there, you've got to support Ukraine all the way.
Like, okay, there is something about the cynicism in which he's speaking. In the spring, the war will be over. And I'm like, weren't you complaining about human rights? Weren't you talking about human rights and how important this is? But now you're saying, yeah, by spring it will be over. And I'm like, okay, now it's kind of weird.
Way now to help them keep winning, because they are winning this war. So Kherson is going to be liberated in the next few weeks. The Russian army is in disarray. Okay, you're the host.
Okay.
Go ahead, interrupt
me. People have made that argument and said, well, that's why the timing of this letter is actually good. Yes. You want them to come to a negotiation
Now he's saying that the letter is good?
table at a time when Ukraine is strong. So what's
the biggest contradiction in the imperial core working class is social chauvinism and offense of the one's own motherland, which the ruling class could take advantage of through a just war with the economic. I mean, yeah. Interesting. Wow, we are living in the second Cold War right now. Interesting.
All of the brouhaha about it not coming out months ago.
So when this letter was written, so in May and June, and the war did seem to be stalemated. Russia
want them to come to a negotiation table at a time when Ukraine is strong. So what's all of the brouhaha about it not coming out months ago?
So when this letter was written, so in May and June, and the war did seem to be stalemated. Russia had made all its advances. That's when it had, as the letter said, recently captured a bunch of cities. But that's not what the case is now. Many of those cities have been recaptured by Ukraine, liberated. The Russian army is in retreat. The war is clearly failing. Putin was forced to do a mobilization that has exposed deep discontent in the Russian population. His ultranationalist base is furious at the conduct of the war. Russia is losing, and they're going to continue to lose. There are some experts in.
I am so confused because, like, so many times have people said this. This is how you know I haven't been following at all this conflict. So many times have people said something along those lines, and then I go to an actual person who knows what's going on and has a non-liberal analysis, and they explain that this was Putin's plan all along, actually. And so when he's saying, oh, these cities were liberated by Ukraine and Russia had to go back, I'm like, did Russia have to go back? Or was the point of them going to those cities just get rid of the Nazis and then say goodbye? You know? Like, I don't know. Also, why are there still so many Nazis in Ukraine? Yeah. Okay. Bye.
We're just speculating in this. Well, the UK intelligence head said that the Russian army is overextended and exhausted. We will keep getting reports of how fragile the Russian army is. So that's...
Yeah, but again, this report having literally happening since the start of the war. And by far, I can say that most of them were literally just propaganda in order to keep the morale against Russia.
Why? I mean, just from a military point of view, if you're Ukrainian, if you do not want to cease fire right now, because you have the chance to really move the battle line way back to the border. Well, the letter does.
Well, no. Where does the letter call for a ceasefire?
Okay, now you're gonna want me to look at the letter again.
Given the destruction, blah, 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 we believe it's in the interest of Ukraine, the United States, and the world to avoid a prolonged conflict. For this reason, we urge you to pair the military and economic support the United States has provided to Ukraine with a proactive diplomatic push, redoubling efforts to seek a realistic framework for a ceasefire. Yeah, that's just the end of the war. Like, we want you to come to the end of the war at some point.
Yes, but you see...
I don't see that as a call for any immediate, in your words, ceasefire.
Okay. But you see, from a military point of view, the Ukrainians, and they're right about this, they don't want to cease fire now. They're winning. They don't.
Well, they don't have to.
They don't have
to. Who is making them come to a ceasefire?
Well, that's one of the points of the letter is they want the U.S. to negotiate a ceasefire.
Well, eventually, doesn't everybody want there to be a ceasefire? Doesn't everybody want there to be the end of the war?
Yes, but then you go to the end of the letter and it says this is the primary aim of U.S. policy should be to end this war.
Should it not be?
Well, the way they want to end it is they want to end it in place. And what if you did what this letter says?
What do you mean in place? Where else? In the sky? Like
you would leave Russia occupying
millions. You want to end the war in China? Like I don't understand.
So here's the fundamental question.
Right now.
Here's the fundamental question.
And if you wait, you might be able to free those people and get a ceasefire with a territorially intact Ukraine.
Then they can wait. But this letter doesn't say anything about whether they should ceasefire now or 6 months
right.
from now.
So it's all best that this letter failed, and let's start all over again.
Well, no,
let's start a new diplomatic effort.
It's not the best because right now, the majority of Americans, even before this letter, 57% of Americans supported approved negotiation to the end of the war, even if it means some compromise with Russia. 59% agree that the U.S. has a leading role to play in such negotiations. That's not me speaking. That's the American public. That's none of my business. However, the question I have for you is, do you think that America should commit to funding this war, no matter what it takes, until Ukraine's the borders that Ukraine started with in February and or including Crimea are returned to Ukrainian control? Is that the level?
I do. I think Ukraine has a right to free its people. Well, you got to see the conditions they're living under are horrendous, and I know there are terrible conditions all.
Sometimes I wish leftists just wouldn't talk to liberals, so these fucking people wouldn't use those words. Like, who was the person who said self-determination in front of a liberal? I want to know him. I know it's a him. Who said self-determination in front of a liberal? Because that person made a huge mistake. Now I have to be listening to fucking white people talking about self-determination, and I'm like, do you know what the fuck self-determination is? No, you don't know. Who said indigenous? Who said indigenous in front of white people? Because this is why last time I had to explain to Keffels how Luna was actually indigenous. Was indigenous actually, and not a colonizer. Like, hello. Who is the leftist who dare to talk in front of a liberal? Who showed the word thank you to liberals? Oh my god, true.
Around the world, but we're talking about Ukraine. You want to talk about Haiti? I think we should intervene in Haiti too.
Ukraine has a right. I don't think we should intervene in Haiti.
How do we explain to him that everything that is happening to Haiti is because of the U.S.?
But I don't think Ukraine has a right is the same thing as America must commit to fund. You don't get a right. I have a right. This is what Republicans say to me all the time.
No, it's I mean,
healthcare is a human
understand.
right. Education
No, it's not
is a
the
human
same.
right. Okay.
I understand.
So what? I'm not going to fund it is what Republicans say. So I want to understand. I do believe that there are these moments, these moral obligations the country has. We don't have
Lunis anti-invasion.
to belabor that point. All I'm saying is I think that some people are going to disagree with the notion, especially if you pull Crimea into the mix, that America basically owes Ukraine a blank check until it
Have refrained from criticizing Trump's ultras because of that. That is fair, but also, I don't know, trots are kind of... I feel like trots are weird enough to criticize them.
it is able to maintain, to get back to its pre-2012
Can I ask you, have you talked to any Ukrainians about this?
Yes.
Okay, and what do they say?
It's a mixed bag. It depends on which Ukrainians you talk to.
What? Like, this is such a ridiculous question. Have you talked to Ukrainians? Have you talked to black people? What does that even mean? Oh, have you actually been to Ukraine and be with a megaphone screaming and asking them questions, waiting for them to answer it? So you have the responses of every single Ukrainian in the entire world? Like, what does that even mean?
Evidenced by some of the polling that happened around the time of what should have been the Minsk Accords. And that was part of why they didn't want to have a vote. Like, part of the issue was there was supposed to be a vote on what happened to those eastern regions. And people who were afraid of what that vote might tell us about to whom that region was going to belong didn't want to go down that negotiated path for that very reason. Now, some people think that the election wasn't going to be equitable and that it was rigged and Putin was involved and the polls aren't real and you can't trust what the Russians are saying. But I don't know. This is why Elon Musk has now gotten in trouble, because he's basically said this, that there should be the people in disputed territory should get to vote and democratically decide where they want to belong. Okay. I understand there's obvious problems with actually enforcing something like that diplomatically, but in absence of that, it's hard to see what is a more democratic, a more equitable solution than letting people have self-determination. I understand that there's counter-arguments to that. I'm not really trying to die on that hill. That's I'm just trying to steal me on that view. But before we run out of time, I do want to ask about this central issue.
Look at his face. Also, like, a lot of liberals just like take random fights between the left and turn them into their talking point. Oh yes. Oh my god. Again, as I mentioned on Discord, someday I'll make a video about imperialism, social issues, and Stalin. Liberals.
And that's about ceding territory to Republicans. Armand, can we play that Tulsi Gabbard clip?
Tulsi Gabbard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
These so-called progressives did a very simple thing that apparently can appear to be brave in Washington these days. In that letter to President Biden, they just told the truth about how this ongoing proxy war with Russia is increasing in cost and consequences, both on the Ukrainian people, but also the American people here at home, and how it's negatively impacting gas prices, increasing inflation, and so on. These progressives in the letter, they didn't say stop sending aid to Ukraine now. All they said was, hey, President Biden, engage in diplomacy. And the response they got, of course, from the warmongers who control the Democrat Party in Washington was to immediately be smashed to pieces, so much so that these Democrat members of Congress cowered in the corner with fear and now have gone so far out of their way, apologizing profusely for having the audacity to call for diplomacy in this war that's putting us all at risk. And now they've actually gone 180 degrees in the opposite direction. They're now trying to prove how much of a warmongers they too are by saying, no.
I am having
don't engage in diplomacy. We don't want you to do that. This is exactly, Tucker, one of the main reasons I left the Democrat Party. They are completely controlled by these warmongers in Washington. They don't really care about the Ukrainian people. Otherwise, they would have engaged in diplomacy many, many months ago. They don't really care about the American people who are struggling just to make ends meet, struggling with inflation, struggling.
I'm like, okay, where's the lie? Where's the lie, though? But at the same time, I mean, with a Republican president, it would have gone probably the same route. Just saying. However, this also wouldn't have happened with a Republican president because historically it is the role of the Democrats to do all the wars outside and the role of the Republicans to do all the wars inside. Not to mention that Republicans are the ones who laid the groundwork for the Republicans to do the wars outside, and Democrats don't do anything about the wars inside that the Republicans started. So they just build onto the other. So, however, Cruella de Vil is making her rounds. Oh my god. True. However, nothing she has said is technically wrong.
With increasing cost of just about everything, and it just shows who they are subservient to, the military-industrial complex and the war hawks in the Democrat Party. And
also, again, it is chills because, why is a Republican talking about the military-industrial complex like you all don't literally fund most of it? Or work for it,
Mainstream media.
All right, Joe, how should Democrats counter that?
Also, I love how Fox is not mainstream media, but also Fox has literally the most watched television show or news segment or whatever. Yeah. Just process that. Fox News is somehow not mainstream media, but also they have the most watched segment of television.
So before I get to she's doing an interview with Tucker Carlson, and you agree with what she's saying?
How would you have Democrats counter that?
Okay, if someone goes to Tucker Carlson and they say 1 + 1 is 2, does that all of a sudden make 1 + 1 not equal 2? I hate how if he, Hitler knew how to count because he said 1, 2, 3 one day in his life. Does that all of a sudden make 1, 2, 3 not the right way to count? Hitler spoke German. Does that all of a sudden make German an illegal language? Hitler breath. He breathed once. He was actually a human being, so is being human illegal? I don't know, hello? Hitler was straight. I mean, there are I won't get into the conspiracy theories, but allegedly Hitler was straight. Just saying. If you want to make that into an argument against straight people, I won't do anything against you. Wait, you're on something? She's literally been working the PSYOP division in Africa for the last few months. Interesting. We stand imperialism. Oh my god, girl boss. Wait, she has been working the PSYOP division in Africa? Oh my god, girl boss.
Tulsi Gabbard. Well, when I was at the Quincy Institute and this kind of line that's reflected in the letter was being developed, I really argued against it. I said this was a disastrous line.
What line is that?
Basically that the U.S. was responsible for causing the war, and that
well, that's not what Tulsi.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about just my conversations in Quincy, not in the letter. The letter doesn't say that. But I know a lot of people who are supporting the letter and brandishing about it, they do believe that the U.S. caused the war, and that we had to end.
Which it did, by the way.
This was a distraction from our other issues, and since Ukraine wouldn't do that on its own, we had to basically pressure them to do it in one way or the other. And one of those ways is to have direct talks with Russia and end it. I said this was a disaster, that this was going to do great harm to the institute that I believed in at the time, and to the cause of restraint, which I believed in, that we should put diplomacy first, and we should be pulling back our military commitments, reducing the military budget. And in fact, now that you've seen an instance of this...
Okay, I am so confused. So, like, he's for, allegedly, reducing the military budget, but also he's pro giving $85 fucking billion to Ukraine. Just checking that. Just checking.
An effort to put this out as at least the position of some Democrats in the party. That's exactly what's happened. It's blown up in their face. This is a terrible position, and it's doing great damage. It's exactly what I warned about, and it allows people like Tulsi Gabbard to go on Tucker Carlson and say, see, the Democratic Party is a party of warmongers.
But the Democratic Party is a party of warmongers. Like, she just happened to say something. She just said something that happens to be true. You know? That doesn't mean that every time Tulsi Gabbard says something, it is true, because clearly it's not. But at the same time, like, I mean, when someone's right, they are right, you know? That's just the fact. Wasn't happy to see that almost half of Brazil voted for fascism. I mean, I'm not going to get into the Brazilian elections today, but Bolsonaro did make a lot of campaigns, basically fear-mongering Brazilians into voting for him or else, even though that or else wouldn't happen if he wasn't elected. So yeah. Like, it is pretty, like or else, like, for example, to some people, so like for the elderly population, they were propagandized that if you didn't vote for Bolsonaro, you would lose your pension. But how could you lose your pension if Bolsonaro wasn't voted into office, right? And so that is, but at the same time, how would they know that if they are basically politically illiterate, you know? But yeah, very insightful. I wish Bolsonaro was right about Brazil going communist. Oh my god. The Democratic is the warm. Yeah, literally. The Northern video was very insightful. Interesting. I haven't kept up with Brazil at all, other than just the polls on Twitter and one or other tweet. But yeah, I like it. It was perfect. Okay, I will get into Brazil, but it was fun to see, like, everyone be happy for a second, you know. But yeah,
you can't even talk about diplomacy, and unfortunately, I think you're kind
of. They would feel weird calling themselves pink tiders. This movement. I feel weird. Cause I'm like, I mean, they're not. I mean, to be fair, I feel like even the first pink tide, I feel weird with pink tide in itself, because I'm like, why do we have to be something, you know? Like, let us vibe, I don't know. And at the same time, like, not much is going to happen, realistically. Like, like, for example, Argentina has had a fairly progressive presidency for a while, for a couple of years now, decades, and a little less than 2 decades or over, I don't know. And it's like, And for example, in Chile, they're still struggling. I think Colombia will do the most change alone. And even then, Peru is doomed. Brazil has had Lula before, and they had Dilma. Well, Lula is fairly more a lefter than Dilma, but at the same time, it's like, I mean, So, yeah. What about Bolivian indigenous government? Oh well, I'm talking about with the exception of Bolivia and Venezuela, but Bolivia has been having these changes since before this new pink tide. That's why I wasn't including Bolivia, and they had a coup, and then they won again. And of course, I don't include Venezuela because Venezuela has been on their own struggle since way before even the first pink tide. So yeah, that's why I'm like, you know, so yeah, like I don't know. I guess I don't dislike it. I just don't care about it because I am here and I am pretty skeptical. But yeah, AMLO is weird. AMLO is weird. Like, yeah, it's like good that he didn't go to that democracy summit that the US did and they supported Cuban stuff, but at the same time, like, he's not anti-capitalist at all. you know and but to be fair to AMLO, for more progressive that he can be in some things, Mexico is deeply fucked up economically and socially. Well, socially there has been a lot of progress, but at the same time, like, they have a very religious background. I mean, not different from any other Latin American country, but at the same time, their economy is like something else. But yeah. Escuché que varios empresarios intentaron hacer un paro en Santa Cruz y que varias centrales de trabajadores los condenaron, pero no sé cuál es el alcance real de todo eso. I know that, like, that's the thing. I don't think I wish that the workers movements that happen all across Latin America are directly because of the left wing or farther or more center left presidencies, but I don't know enough to say that, oh, it was because of the left president. So I'm skeptical to say that. But yeah. Also, for example, there are a lot of worker protests, for example, here in Peru. But that doesn't mean that never really leads to any major needed changes. And so I can only assume from my experience that those fundamental needed changes are not going to happen in those other countries. But yeah. It's a Bernie Sanders capitalist, but he's also pissing off the U.S. hegemony in some areas, which is good to me. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I still support this center left, lefty-ish presidencies, of course, and I will of course support all the good stuff that they do, but at the same time I won't be surprised by any like movement that they do towards the right, if they have some right-wing policy, either economically or socially. And again, they are still working under I wouldn't even say under a capitalist mode of production, but rather they're still working within a liberal framework. And so there will inevitably be some things that they will bend their knee on. And yeah. However, I will say that the benefit of Latin America is that most people are more focused on social conservatism than economical conservatism, and so there is more room for those socialistic social changes in the economy. But I've seen that lately, that mentality of no welfare, do it your own way, US individualism has been seeping through some parts of Latin America. I mean, especially in Mexico, but I'm talking about South America also. So I'm like worried that change is not going to happen soon enough. So yeah. Also, I am sorry, but I'm also in Peru, and like the left has been so tainted by history that I'm like, but yeah. So if I'm skeptical, it's not necessarily because of the entirety of Latin America, but because of me being Peruvian. But yeah, because having national, okay, I don't think that generally, or whatever you call American attempts at people's democracy, but they need some arms to go with political power they want to attain. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Like the pig tide as a concept, like in theory, I don't mind. I'm not against. I'm just, why does it have to? First of all, why does it have to have a name? Well, actually, where did the name came from? Because I feel like the name came from the US left, and I'm like, I don't think it feels right if it came from that. If it came from like La Marea Rosa, and it came from somewhere in Latin America, sure. I'm still skeptical because I'm like, I mean, we're just naming like what we wish for it to happen in Latin America, that it's not really happening because we don't have any real guarantees. They just so happen to be left at the same time, but that doesn't really mean anything, especially because not all of them are internationalists. So yeah, like I don't want to like raise the hopes of people when there is no actual things happening that can raise the hopes for people, like yeah. Lula, good news, Lula, but don't invade IT again. I mean, yes. 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 I mean, all Latin America has, but Okay. Someday I will make a YouTube video about La Rosa de Guadalupe and how like that backfired, but still reflects the deeply religious nature of Latin America. But yeah. Yo veo con buenos ojos ante todo lo que he visto del MAS y plurinacionalismo en general, pero aquí en Chile no es muy posible que tenga mucho impacto porque racismo y propaganda y el proyecto de plurinacionalidad en Bolivia. Yes. I am so mad that the Chilean constitution didn't pass, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, from an outsider, I felt like it was going to happen, but then when I actually engaged with the news and all stuff, I felt like, oh, it wasn't going to happen. And I did underestimate the impact that media would have against the constitution in Chile, but at the same time,
sorry, that was a real soapbox. No, why did I say sorry?
Thank you, Bolden.
Baldion 6 just subscribed.
Oh my God.
You have the best streamers ever BTW.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. But at the same time, yes, racism is very rampant in Chile and Argentina, and I didn't know how much of a problem multiculturalism or pluriculturalism would be for people in Chile. So yeah. And that has kind of woken me up to the realities of that Latin America still has a lot to work on. Like a ridiculous amount of work to do. But yeah. Do you think the social conservatives and socialist parties in Latin America will change? I mean, I don't know. Because the problem with social conservatism in Latin America, especially on the left, and I would say around the global south, is that because imperial core countries have apparent, like, superficially advanced in social issues, left-wing people, especially anti-imperialist people in global south countries, take that as the gay agenda is just an imperialist tool, or anti-racism is just a thing to deflect from class contradiction, or feminism is just a white concept or whatever, and these arguments. And so I think it will be more complicated to advance or change those issues, especially with the differences in each country, because even in Argentina, which is arguably the most socially progressive country, well, I guess Uruguay is more socially progressive, but I mean, technically Cuba is the most socially progressive now, legally. But for example, in Argentina, there is a lot of feminist and queer movements. There is still rampant social conservatism, and so those contradictions, especially again in the Latin American context, are very interested and varied and intricate, and not to mention that to that you have to add the fact that a lot of Latin American countries have a centralism problem, and that just fuels the contradictions that exist all in social and economic contradictions. So it makes the progress, be it socially or economically, more complicated and intricate, because I feel like social progress in the imperial core is fairly straightforward, and that's why it is just that's why you have such an amount of propaganda against it, because it's again so well not straightforward, but it's way less complicated, or at least I see it as way less complicated than how it is in Latin American countries. So yeah. And not to mention that I'm talking from a place without much regard to the context within Central America. And for example, I know Central America has like for example, the US has way more influence or way more or much more access to influence those countries than to influence Southern American countries. So yes, there are many factors to be considered. So yeah. I have too many thoughts for Twitch chat. Having spent last month or so reading almost exclusively about revolutionary warfare, it's actually a good thing to have left leading leaders who you can challenge as a communist party. Yes, I mean, even for example, Boric in Chile had the support of the Communist Party of Chile, for obvious strategic reasons. However, he is not a communist by any means of the word. However, I do think that Boric for Chile is still a good sign of progress, and luckily he will lay a solid like baseline groundwork, you know, a basic sense that progress can happen in Chile, and that can only motivate people to go more left, to be more radical, etc., to be open to these new ideas. So yeah, and also regardless, what was I going to say? Oh, regardless of whether the constitution actually passes or not at the end in Chile, I feel like these topics have been at least been brought up for discourse, and so the Chilean zeitgeist is at least going to truly, it's at least changing, and as much as this is not enough change, is change at the very least that will inevitably benefit, hopefully long term, the Chilean populace. So yeah. It was Karl Marx? That doesn't even make sense. Shut up. Chavez called it pink tide. Interesting. Nom de plume. Oh my god. Isn't the same racism and propaganda as Chile also present in Bolivia? No, it is complete. I mean, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Because from my understanding, Chile and Argentina have big enough media landscapes that they can exist on their own, but I don't know the media landscape on Bolivia. I can only assume that it's more connected to the Peruvian media landscape, but I'm not sure actually. I can only tell you that news-wise, each country is independent, so it's not like Chilean news broadcasts happen in other countries, for example. But at the same time, because like for a good portion of the 2000s, there was kind of a, I would say, hegemonic Argentinian media power, but there was a big influence coming from Argentina media-wise. And just when Chile was going against Argentina internationally, and by internationally I mean Southern America, South America wise, each country started developing their own media landscapes enough to be independent on its own and supply their own populace with its own national media. Again, but at the same time, I don't know how advanced I want to say Bolivia is, because like for example in Peru we have like 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13. We have 7 national channels, and one of them is actually like from the government technically. And I don't know how vast, if the media landscape in Bolivia is as vast, or I would think less, but I don't know. So yeah. Yes, I have a Russian TTS voice. Have you ever discussed the trajectory of Ecuador under socialist president Rafael Correa and his policies similar to Chavez's idea of Bolivarian revolution? No, I haven't actually. It is interesting. I haven't done enough research on Ecuador, and I feel bad for it because for the longest time I just thought it was a mini Colombia, but then I learned about its basically independence from Ecuador. It sounds so bad, but at the same time, like I had this idea because for a reason. But then I learned how it actually independized from Colombia in many aspects of their economy, media, social life, etc. And that is when I was like, oh, okay, maybe I should look into Ecuador. But yeah. Also, I know that Ecuador wasn't under US power for a really long time, unlike Colombia. So yeah, that's yeah. Will let me subscribe? Oh, really? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for me. Just kidding. Chile is very conservative thanks to fascist dictator. No, Chile is very conservative because like the whole continent is conservative. Like, yeah. Like for example, I wouldn't blame Peru's conservatism on Fujimori alone. Like there is a history of conservatism in all of Latin America. So yeah. I support man marrying because it has ties to Western bourgeois ideology. See, yeah, see, this is how like even the left uses spews social conservative ideology in a way that is against anti-imperialist, but it is wrong nevertheless. It's rampant in every country. Capitalism is by default patriarchal, racist, etc. Only bringing them into revolutionary activity will bring them into confront their personal ideological problems. Yep. Brazil is starting to have a very progressive trans culture. I mean, to be fair to Brazil, Brazil has always had a very progressive queer culture, well, trans culture more than anything. I'm not sure why actually, because I can explain that on Argentina because of the high. I guess Brazil also has a lot of European influence, but I'm not sure. I can only assume it's because of the actually I don't know. I want to say that it's because of the indigenous population, but I'm not sure it's because of that. So yeah. But I know that Brazil has always had a fairly trans-friendly culture. or some parts of Brazil. But to be fair, as much as trans-friendly culture that there can be in Brazil, there is a lot of transphobia. I mean, to be fair, there is a lot of like as much as trans positivity that there is in Brazil, there is just as much transphobia. You know? So yeah. Yeah. I have heard that there is, but I think mostly comes from either the default nationalist rivalry between neighboring countries that have wars, hatred for Chile. I mean, Chile. Just kidding. Sorry, it's like a stereotype that Peruvians and Chileans hate each other, but so I wouldn't say. I mean, to be fair, Chile is fucked up, but it's not like. It's just how do I say it? Right-wing nationalist ideologies. I have heard that there is Chile being marked as the #1 best economically, first in the world in South America country because of the dictatorship economic program, which I think is understandable. While racism in Chile to Bolivia is like racist, and it's also like a huge tool for the rich owned media to call them socialist failed state. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's interesting because Bolivia. It's interesting how in Chile Bolivia is used as how Venezuela is used in the region. And I'm sure, I mean, you have also explained that Venezuela is also used, but for example, Bolivia is never used here that I know of. Or at least they just rely on Venezuela and they never rely on Bolivia, but yeah. Also, I finally read Left-Wing Communism and Lenin put so much work onto this question truly ago. Interesting. So I don't think like racism present in Bolivia towards Chilean is really important. Sorry, no, it's okay. Can I ask why do you refer to yourself as it? Because I'm non-binary and that's the pronoun I feel the most comfortable with, and I like it. And yes, Latin America, North America, Africa, the Middle East. What's that, Bolden? What's the Middle East? The middle of what East? You mean Western Asia? Asia, all our parties socially. I mean, literally the entire world is fucking socially conservative. Like even when people say that Europe is not socially conservative, I mean. They are literally fucking monarchies. That's not socialist. Shut up. Just like no, the US has been using social imperialism and everyone knows. I mean, no. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if the US, I mean, I don't know. Was Peru former President Garcia a capitalist? He was a member of the Socialist Party. Okay, the APRA, El APRA, was a socialist party. Like the El APRA had a socialist history. But by the time Garcia was in power, he was not a socialist by any means. He was most definitely a capitalist. He did allegedly solve the economy, but also I was 8 years old, so I have no fucking idea. But yeah. Also, that party doesn't exist anymore, so. Yeah, when people in the US say, oh, we need 20 parties. No, you don't. Actually, you just need one good party. I thought we were all racist. I mean, yes. Middle of what? El APRA es como el PS. I'm not sure. Okay, I don't know about Chilean parties. Okay. Social. Oh no, it's not. APRA means okay. The APRA is more of a. At least it end up being a very center left party which is weird because it's American Popular Revolutionary Alliance. And also Popular Revolutionary American. Interesting, but no, like it had a base history, but by the end of its lifetime, yeah, okay. Only one single communist party. True. Okay, let's finish this. Okay. Also, I've been streaming for 4 fucking hours. Okay, give me money. Thank you. Bye. Okay, give me a second. Thank you. Okay.
Feeding into that because you're accepting that frame. You think that this small group, this particular proposal represents diplomacy. And if you're against this particular proposal, you're against diplomacy. A lot of people who are supporting the letter and brandishing it about, they do believe that the U.S. caused the war and that we had to end it. This was a distraction from our other issues. And since Ukraine wouldn't do that on its own, we had to basically pressure them to do it in one way or the other. And one of those ways is to have direct talks with Russia and end it. I said this was a disaster, that this was going to do great harm to the institute that I believed in at the time, and to the cause of restraint, which I believed in, that we should put diplomacy first and we should be pulling back our military commitments, reducing the military budget. And in fact, now that you've seen an instance of this, an effort to put this out as at least the position of some Democrats in the party, that's exactly what's happened. It's blown up in their face. This is a terrible...
Okay, I'm back. Is anyone still here? But yeah, okay. Someday I'll make a stream about... Okay, I will do a stream this week, I promise, about the Brazilian elections. I will do a stream about racism and nationalism in Latin America. And I will do a stream about Ecuador and another about Mexico. Okay? Calm down. Like, I also know, I am very aware that I'm literally your only source of this information. So, no pressure. But, like, be patient with me. I have depression.
Position, and it's doing great damage. It's exactly what I warned about, and it allows people like Tulsi Gabbard to go on Tucker Carlson and say, see, the Democratic Party is a party of warmongers. You can't even talk about diplomacy. And unfortunately, I think you're kind of feeding into that because you're accepting that frame. You think that this small group, this particular proposal represents diplomacy, and if you're against this particular proposal, you're against diplomacy.
When this person is saying you are playing into that frame, I'm like, I have literally never heard a liberal say that. Only leftists say that, and now he's saying that. Maybe liberals shouldn't talk.
No, I am for diplomacy. I am against dumb diplomacy.
What other pro-diplomacy policy or platform, letter, statement has been issued by the Democratic Party to accommodate the interest of 57% of America, to reflect the interest of 57% of Americans who believe that peace is the answer?
Good point. And that's exactly what I've been talking to people about. The administration has got to talk more about their diplomatic efforts.
So they haven't. So there aren't any. So this letter is the only... This retracted letter was the only public statement coming from anywhere in the Democratic Party that is daring to state, hey, we should do diplomatic talks with Russia for peace.
Efforts to bring this conflict to an end.
Also, sorry for the hard pivot into Ukraine shit.
And they haven't been.
No, they haven't been. What they did was quash the one small effort to open the door to that conversation more violently, more aggressively than I've seen them respond to the Republican attack on Social Security or Medicare.
I don't
the
think
voting
it's fair to
rights
characterize
issues,
it that way.
The police issues.
What you just said is simply not true. The Biden administration did not squash this. I'm telling you, the members themselves who signed it pulled it back. What do you think just happened? What did you just saw it? Look at how many statements there are from people who signed it. This was a disaster.
If they believe
this was a staff-led operation with very little oversight that went way too far and it embarrassed the members and they pulled it back. Do you have any evidence that the administration had any role in pulling back that letter?
Well, I'm sorry. When I see someone like Matt flip-flop the way that he has done,
no, I can tell you.
People don't act. Look.
I know Matt. Bring him on the show. That is absolutely not true.
I would happy to have him back. He's been on. He can come on again. But the problem is this: if you really believed, like I do, and have been arguing for weeks, that Democrats are setting Tulsi up to make that exact argument. Okay. I can't be mad at Tulsi. Tulsi didn't say a single untrue thing there.
Are you kidding me? It's one lie after the.
Did he unironically gasp? I can't even gasp anymore. He literally just co-opted me gasping. Bye.
The other. What are you talking
name a lie.
Warmongers. Warmongers. The Democratic Party is controlled by warmongers?
We're leftists. We obviously know and believe that the Democratic Party is controlled by warmongers. The deep state knows no D or our party affiliation. This is like not even a controversial statement.
She even lies about the name of the party.
Bernie Sanders.
She calls it the Democrat Party.
I don't care. I'm not a Democrat. I don't care.
I am. I do care.
People are dying, Joe. People can't afford to put gas in their car. They don't care if you call it Democratic Party or the Democrat Party. Nothing that she said was untrue.
Oh
the reality is, tell me what sentence that she said, Joe, was untrue. The Democratic Party has set the Republicans up because they have 10 people in their entire party who are willing to say, I don't think that we should have unconditional support for Ukraine. Again, not we should end support tomorrow, or I don't care about Ukrainians and they can go kick rocks, but there shouldn't be unconditional financial aid going to a country when our own country is in a crisis. Because they're the only ones in the entire political sphere who are willing to make that statement. They have opened up the door for all of the people who put pieces of priority, all of the anti-interventionists who, I got to say, a lot of them went from Bernie to Trump, giving them a home over there. Meanwhile, the tiniest crack.
Again, Bernie, whatever. At the same time, it is ridiculous that literally the majority of the US populace was willing to vote for Bernie, and people who literally, a huge portion of the people who wanted to vote for, who ended up voting for Trump, had Bernie on top of Trump in their list of people who to vote for president.
Door to being able to say, hey, there's some of us on the left that care about peace too, was squashed by the Democratic Party. And instead of saying, hey, there were some errors with that letter, here's our actual united commitment to a peace movement and ending the war in Ukraine. From the left, they said, if you say anything about ending the war before exactly when Vladimir Zelensky, with his movie star heirs and performativity, I'm sorry, until Vladimir Zelensky personally decides the war should be over, it's a blank check to Ukraine. People won't stand for that. People aren't standing for it, and people are going to the Republican Party as a consequence. Isn't that a problem?
I think Zelensky is one of the greatest leaders we've seen in a very long time. He has really risen to the challenge here, united his country.
Okay, dude.
And this new Ukraine is being forged in this war, similar to what happened in the American Revolution, with all its problems.
Why is this dude comparing what's going on in Ukraine to the US Revolution? It's like these white Americans want to be more. Oh my god. Slava Zelensky, like, oh my god.
Ukraine's got a lot of problems. It's got a lot of...
The US public is deeply confused about political matters, which honestly is why I think people on the left have to communicate better about the difference between their position and the position of these fair weather anti-war types on the right. Yes. Yes, but at the same time, the thing is, Brianna knows her audience and she already understands that her audience knows that the reason the right is anti-war is not because it's not because of humanitarian, reasonings, but because of money. Which again, because they don't want money being spent outside, but yeah. And see her or her audience that way. Interesting. You should like I mean, I've been going into her call-ins. I've been like I follow her on Twitter. I see her audience. I see she knows her audience. So, but yeah. Lula roast Zelensky in a Time interview I posted, and that another reason I don't not to dislike Lula. I don't dislike Lula. I'm just saying he's not a revolutionary. But as I said before, I like that, like all the good things that he will do, But also, if people are willing to say I like Lula as a fucking communist, then they have to be willing to say I like Bernie. So, yeah, just saying. I mean, I like Bernie. No, just kidding. Whatever. I'm kidding. No. They perceive all money that isn't spent on them is bad. They deserve all the money because their ancestors, barely won the war like 250 years ago. It's fucking nuts, man. Not to mention the Americans didn't win. They gave up their campaign. Literally, I consider Lula more of a Jeremy Corbyn than Bernie. That is fair. Okay, that is fair. Yes, Lula is further is to the left of Bernie. That is true. Yeah, I think Corbyn is a better parallel to Lula. But my point is, like, he's not a communist. Like I like Lula as much as I like Boric. Like I see them for what they are, and I appreciate everything good that they might do, But again, I won't be disappointed if they do something not good, and I still have way more. I still like Petro way more. So yeah, light pink and not red. Interesting. I mean, pink is light red, but yeah.
Corruption, it does have right-wing forces in it. It's got lots of problems, but it is getting better as a result of what's happening, and in large part because of Zelensky's leadership.
What is he talking about?
Until Vladimir Zelensky personally decides the war should be over, it's a blank check to Ukraine. People won't stand for that. People aren't standing for it, and people are going to the Republican Party as a consequence. Isn't that a problem?
I think Zelensky is one of the greatest leaders we've seen in a very long time. He has really risen to the challenge here and united his country. And this new Ukraine is being forged in this war, similar to what happened in the American Revolution. With all its problems, Ukraine's got a lot of problems. It's got a lot of corruption. It does have right-wing forces in it. It's got lots of problems.
Yeah, lots of problems. Nazis. Actual fucking Nazis. Not even neo-Nazis. Actual fucking Nazis, descendants of actual fucking Nazis. Like, how more of a Nazi do you need to be called a fucking Nazi?
But it is getting better.
People who literally put fucking Nazi soldier statues in their fucking cities. Like,
okay.
Some problems with right-wingers.
Of what's happening, and in large part because of Zelensky's leadership.
Problem is a new euphemism for Nazi school, literally.
But here's the point, and here's where we end.
Problem, the new right-wing dog whistle. Oh, I have a problem. Oh, so you have a Nazi?
I will promise you that after this election, you will see a more sophisticated, developed, realistic.
Is he fucking kidding me? Why? Why would you need to wait for a fucking election?
Diplomatic. What? After the elections developed realistic diplomatic. What? After the elections too late?
I mean, Kevin McCarthy's going to be setting the agenda by that time, so that we had the option to do our version of this, but now it's going to be Kevin McCarthy saying, "What? We're going to withdraw aid from Ukraine."
God, listen, I really appreciate coming on your show because it makes me realize how stupid this freaking letter was. What damage it did. These people were just idiots.
This letter made
Oh my God!
Made obvious.
If they did it right, it would have been a success. If they did it right, we'd be having a whole different conversation.
They could have followed up this letter with a double down version that was better and cured any ailments you see with the letter. They didn't. They withdrew the letter. And they have offered nothing in its stead. And they have created this vacuum, a vacuum that existed a long time before the letter, a vacuum which Robbie and I have been talking about on the Hill for a long time, a vacuum which 57% of Americans in that poll know to exist, and which, I'm sorry, is going to be, if Democrats lose the House and Senate, as may very well happen, this is going to have contributed to it. Not the letter, but the conditions that caused the letter to be written.
And I believe that, I would say by the end of the year, probably, you will see a much more substantial diplomatic effort being mounted by the United States. So a lot of the things that you want, that some of the original signers of the letter.
Oh, the original signers? I thought the staff were the ones who signed. Also, this guy... Two words that I cannot say on Twitch. But if you know, you know. White people don't want to be... Literally.
Not the people, not the staff and the experts who wrote it, but the signers of the letter want it. I believe you're going to get that is in process, and you'll see it. I'll come back and we'll talk about it then.
I hope you do. Look, I really do appreciate you coming on this. I've had a couple of conversations recently with people who feel differently about Ukraine with me, and I'm really grateful for them because, unfortunately, a lot of people who are much more expert on this than I, no one wants to talk to them. Aaron Mate was just canceled, and Aaron Mate and I think also Chomsky was on the lineup. I'm not sure if both of them were canceled or just one, but I saw both of them getting criticism for being participants in this European conference. They both just got...
It was Max Blumenthal. These people are Putin. This guy is really in the pay of Putin.
Look. You can dislike Max Blumenthal, Aaron Mate. What was his name? Ben Norton, Danny Haifong, Richard Medhurst. Dare I name him? Glenn Greenwald. You can dislike all of these people. But the second, the particle of time you call them Russian-backed, paid by Putin, or whatever the fuck you want to call them, like insinuating they are being paid by the Russian state just because they dare to know history. You're just a CIA op. Honestly, probably the only reason why they're being called paid by the Russian state is because the people calling them paid by the Russian state are actually being paid by the US state. And it's just pure fucking projection. They want to be right, but only in their own terms. The world has to accommodate them, not the other way, literally. You cannot dislike Mike Norton or we will have words. Yeah.
Max Blumenthal.
I disagree.
No, Max Blumenthal? Really?
I very much value the contributions of...
I love how these people are like, really? These people? And I'm like, yeah, these people who have spent their entire careers, well, I don't know if their entire careers, but their a part of their careers working against imperialism, yeah, I will trust them more than you, sir.
Gray Zone to this conversation and Aaron Mate, and I wish that people who disagree with them would engage with them directly instead of feeling like I have to be a proxy for these different wings of the party to try to understand what the truth of the situation is.
Well, he's been attacking me ruthlessly as an imperialist warmonger, and then I support not.
Well, if you weren't an imperialist warmonger, we could have a different conversation, but you are, so. Just saying.
See militias in Ukraine.
Well, I'd be happy.
There are Nazi militias in Ukraine, and you just happen to support them. As you just previously said, just call them problems, but yeah.
The guy you want to talk to? No, I don't have no interest.
Well, here's where we are. This is why this ends up happening. Man, I think that if people were willing to talk to each other, we wouldn't have these faction after faction after faction emerging on the left. But I do appreciate your willingness to sit down with me. I hope I haven't burned too many bridges such that you aren't willing to do it again going forward. I really appreciate having a more fleshed out version of what the perspective is of the other side, as it were.
Okay, well, thank you very much for having me on and letting me have this exchange with you. It's always a pleasure.
It's always a pleasure. Do you want to tell?
They also let all those Nazis out of prison like a month ago. What Nazis? You mean the problem?
Our audience, where they can find you on the internet and more broadly?
You can find me at...
No, that is cursed. No one wants to find you. How dare you even speak? This is why I muted this video right now.
American Voice.
Yes, well, and if you want to continue to support this independent American show, minority-owned, female-owned business over here at Bad Faith.
Oh my God, girl boss.
Podcast. You can subscribe for $5 a month at patreon.com/badfaithpodcast and get an extra episode of Bad Faith Podcast every week on a Monday. That's 4 extra episodes in addition to the 4 Thursday episodes every month. And you also get full video episodes as well. Thank you so much for joining this really animated, I think, enriched conversation. Take care of yourselves. And as always, keep the faith.
Honestly, this interview single-handedly almost made me want to subscribe to her Patreon. I'm not going to lie. Just saying. But yeah. Like, I'm literally going to show you what this guy was crying about. Because this is why we watched this interview. So Brianna posted a clip of the interview and said, they are stealing Ukrainian children. 500 just yesterday were shipped, whatever. And Brianna said, I'm sorry, I don't. And here's why. And she posted the clip. Nothing else. And he said, I've done lots of interviews on the right and left. Never has the host weaponized an interview to attack me and encourage their supporters to post hundreds of insults and smears without correction. Don't make my mistake. Never go on bad faith with Brianna Joy Gray. How? Also, again, I'm not a fan of Aaron Mate. Look at him. White guy. Lots of reasons to be sus of him. But weaponized interview equals post clips from it. And then this guy fucking blocked him. Like, oh my God. And yeah, and then Brianna has been like literally trying to defend herself continuously all the fucking, like literally all afternoon. All fucking afternoon. Like, I guess vaguely racist memes are one way to convince folks to unquestionably support a proxy war. And I'm like, this is why. People literally calling, you're literally defending Russian war crimes, log off. And she's like, The CPC letter. Oh no, this is, bruh. Yeah, Brie has Congress in her mention. She's so powerful in truly. True fucking Lee. She fucking okay, there was this. Oh my god. Okay. This woman posted a video of her screaming in her car how much she hated Brie, how dare she be a black woman. I am a black woman. And then there's the quote Taylor Swift, how dare fucking she. And this is the response. I don't know, man. I just thought the CPC letter was good. Like, it was a 2-minute fucking video. Like, people have been going off on her. And this is like base take, a reminder of why the Ukrainian flag accounts are mad at me. In an interview, I defended a milquetoast CPC letter that applauded Biden's foreign policy approach and didn't suggest that Ukraine funding to be diminished by even a cent. Like, she lied about the name of the party. Like, wild duh. But yeah, that is a cousin culture strikes once more. And honestly, this is how you know. This is how you know Brie is a tanky, because she's been cancelled by the woke mob. But yeah. Oh, okay. Before we end the stream, if you haven't already, join the Discord. Also follow me on Twitter, because I hate screaming into a void. And if you are able to subscribe. If you can give subs or cheer with beats, that would also be much appreciated. Otherwise, you can also donate. I also appreciate that. It also helps me survive. You know, surviving, we stand. But yeah. Oh, let's rate Pinko, because I haven't rated Pinko ever. Well, not ever, but in a while. So yeah, thank you everyone so much for coming. But before, find me at yoga.com/weirdchamp. Oh my god. I kind of wonder what are the Redditoids saying about it on the other. I perfectly know I don't need to see it all. Fair. Okay. Thank you everyone so much for coming. If you are subscribed, you can copy and paste the first message. If you are not subscribed, you can copy and paste the second message. Good night everyone. Thank you so much for coming, Dorian, Bolden. I appreciate you. 11FNF, Sam, Wasigan. Thank you so much for coming. Wolf, I don't know if you're still here, but yeah. Harley. I can only assume you are in what is it called?
Are the straights okay?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Oh my god. Sam, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you. But no, the straights are not okay. Okay. Bye, Brian. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. Bye. I love you all. Woo.